Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Om Jnanatimirandasya Jnananjanashalakaya Chakshurunmilitam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namah. Shri Chaitanya Manobhishtam Stapitam Yena Bhutale Swayam Rupa Kada Mahyam Dadati Swapadantikam Vandeham Shri Guru Shri Yutapadakamalam Shri Gurun Vaishnavamsha Shri Rupam Sagrajatam Sahagana Lalita Sahagana Raghunathamritam Tam Sajivam Sadvaitam Savadhutam Parijana Sahitam Krishna Chaitanya Devam Shri Radha Krishna Padan Sahagana Lalita Shri Vishakhanvitam Namo Mahavadanyaya Krishna Prema Pradayate Krishnaya Krishna Chaitanya Namne Gauratishe Namah. He Krishna Karuna Sindho Dinabandho Jagatpate Gopesha Gopika Kanta Tapta Kanchana Gaurangi Radhe Vrindavaneshwari Vrishabhanusute Devi Pranamami Hari Priye Vanchakalpatarubhyascha Kripa Sindhobhya cha Patitanam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha. Namo Vishnupadaya Krishna Pristhaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swami Niti Namine. Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschatya Deshatarine. Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shrivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda. Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare Rama
Hare Krishna
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare Hare
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare Hare
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna,
Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare,
Hare Rama,
Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Jaya Parama Karuna, Jaya Nita Gaura Chanja, Jaya Parama Karuna, Jaya Nita Gaura Chanja, Jaya Parama Karuna, Jaya Krishna Balaram, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, Prabhupada, Prabhupada. Hare ki jai, Sankirtan ki jai.
Hare Krishna,
Hare Krishna,
Hare Krishna,
Hare Krishna,
Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna.
Shri Krishna Janmashtami ki, Janmashtami ki. Hare Krishna. So we want to take this opportunity to welcome each and every one of you here this afternoon for Shri Krishna most auspicious, most wonderful opportunity for us to sit together and engage in kirtan, engage in bhajans engage in glorification of the name, form, pastimes, and qualities of the Supreme Lord. So we'll do a bhajan in the meantime. It's a working day, so hopefully some more person will probably join us shortly. We'll do a bhajan and then we'll have the main presentation for this session. This is the first of the afternoon leading to the evening session, and then we'll have a session from 7:30 to 9. 6:30 will be one artik. At 9 will be another artik, and then there will be bathing ceremony or abhishek ceremony to their lordship, Sri Sri Krishna Balaram. It'll be an amazing experience here in the temple room to witness the bathing ceremony of their lordship. As you know, Krishna appeared midnight, and the next day is called Nandotsava, where Nanda Maharaj performed wonderful bathing abhishek ceremony, headed by all the devotees, assisted by all the devotees to Lord Krishna and Balaram. So this bhajan is called Yashomati Nandana Brajabada Nagara Shri Nam Kirtan. The translation are as follows: Lord Krishna is the beloved son of Mother Yashoda. So it's Yashomati Nandana. He is the beloved son of Mother Yashoda, the transcendental lover in the land of Braja, the delight of good, the mind of even Cupid, and punishes the Kalya serpent. These pure holy names of Lord Hari are full of sweet nectarian mellows or pastimes. Krishna is the Lord of the 12 forests of Braja. So we know, many of us know Vrindavan. So Vana means forest. So there's Mahavan, Kamyavan, Bahulyavan, like that. So there's 12 forests, and when you put all together, it's called Sri Brajadam, or the holy land, the holy space of land where Krishna performed his pastimes in all these different forests. He is ever youthful and is the best of lovers. He is always playing on a flute, and he is an excellent dresser. So sometime when you come to the temple and see the pujari go like way out of their way to dress the Lord, someone may think, what is happening here? But he is an excellent dresser, so you cannot outdo what Krishna would have done. We can only try in that same line. Krishna is the protector of the inhabitants of Braj, just like he lifts Govardhan Hill and protect the residents of Sri Vrindavan. The destroyer of various demonic dynasties, just like Kamsa and others. The keeper and tender of Nanda Maharaj's cows. The giver of pleasure to the cows, land, and spiritual senses. The husband of the goddess of fortune, the butter thief, and the beautiful cowherd boy of Nanda Maharaj. And the final part of the bhajan says, Krishna wanders along the banks of the river Yamuna. So we always like to say, if you want to know where to find him, he always wanders along the banks of the river Yamuna. He stole the garments of the young damsels of Braj who were bathing there. He delights in the mellows of the rasa dance. He is very merciful. The lover and beloved of Srimati Radharani, the great dancer of Vrindavan, and the shelter and only refuge of Thakura Bhakti Vinod. So as we hear this bhajan this afternoon, we can meditate on the great meaning of Krishna's pastime, how he performed his Vrindavan Leela among the Gopas, Gopis, cows, and everyone else in the holy land of Sri Brajadam or Vrindavan Dham. Yashomati Nandana Braja Varunagara Gokula Ranjana Kana Ashumati Nandana Braja Varunagara Gokula Ranjana Kana Gopi Padanadan Madana Manohara Gopi Padanadana Madana Manohara Kaliya Damana Vedana Kaliya Damana Vedana Amalarina Mamiya Vilasha. This holy name of Lord Hari. Amalarina Mamiya Vilasha. Vipina Purandara Navinana Garabara Vamsi Vadana Suvasa Navinana Garabara Vamsi Braja Janapalana Surakulana Sana Braja Janapalana Surakulana Sana Nanda Gurana Rakuvala Nanda Gurana Rakuvala Govinda Madhava Navanita Taskara
Govinda Madhava Navanita Taskara
Govinda Madhava Navanita Taskara
Govinda Madhava Navanita Taskara
Sundarananda Gopala
Sundarananda Gopala
Sundarananda Gopala
Sundarananda Gopala
Yamuna Tata Chara Gopi Vasanara
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 Rasa Rasika Kripa Moya
Rasa Rasika Kripa Moya
Rasa Rasika Kripa Moya
Rasa Rasika kripamoya.
Shri Nandanandana ki jai. Shri Radha Vallabha Vrindavana Nathabara.
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 Bhakti Vinoda Shaya. Bhakti Vinoda Shaya. Yashomati Nandana Brajabaro Nagara Gokula Ranjana Abaro Nagara Gokula Ranjana Kana.
Yashomati Nandana Brajavara Nagara Gokula Ranjana Kana.
Yashomati Nandana Brajabaro Nagara Gokula Ranjana Kana.
Yashomati Nandana Brajavara Nagara Gokula Ranjana Kana.
Jaya Krishna Balaram, Jaya Krishna Balaram, Krishna Balaram, Jaya Krishna Balaram.
Jaya Krishna Balaram, Jaya Krishna Balaram, Jaya Krishna Balaram, Jaya Krishna Balaram.
Jaya Vrindavanadam, 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 Jaya Vrindavanadam.
Jaya Vrindavana. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. So as we welcome you this evening for this very special Janmashtami celebration, we'll be continuing with the one famous bhajan. It's called Jai Radha Madhava, which I'm sure you would have heard and sung many times, but glorifies all the wonderful pastime places of Lord Krishna. So everyone, you can join us and chorus in. Jai Radha Madhava Jaya Kunja Bihari.
Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari.
Jaya Radha Madhava Jaya Kunja Bihari. Jaya Radha Madhava
Jaya
Jaya Gopijana Vallabha Jaya Giri Varadari Jaya Giri Varadari Jaya Gopijana Vallabha Jaya Giri Varadari Jaya Giri Varadari Jaya Yashoda Nandana Jaya Braja Jana Ranjana
Jaya Yashodanandana Jaya Braja Janaranjan
Jaya Yashoda Nandana Jaya Braja Jana Ranjana.
Jaya Yashodanandana Jaya Braja Janaranjana
Jaya Yamuna Tiravana Chari Jaya Kunja Vihari
Jaya Yamuna Tiravanachari Jaya Kunja Vihari
Jaya Yamuna Tiravana Chari Jaya Kunja Vihari
Jaya Yamuna Tiravanachari Jaya Kunja Vihari
Jaya Radha Madhava Jaya Kunja Vihari Jaya Radha Madhava Jaya Radha Madhava Jaya Kunja Vihari
Jaya Radha Madhava Jaya Kunja Vihari
Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Hare
Krishna 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 Hare Rama
Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Jaya Radha Madhava Radha Madhava Radha Madhava Shri Radhe
Radha Madhava Radha Madhava Shri Radhe
Jaya Paramakaruna Jaya Nitai Gora Chandra Jaya Paramakaruna Jaya Nitai Gora Chandra
Jaya Parama Karuna Jaya Nitai Gora Chandra Jaya Parama Karuna Jaya Nitai Gora Chandra
Jaya Jaya Prabhupada 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 Jaya Prabhupada
Jaya Prabhupada
Prabhupada Prabhupada Jaya Prabhupada Hare Krishna. So Hare Krishna, Sitaram to everyone. So we like to formally welcome each and every one of you, all the devotees who are joining us here at the temple, and many of you who are participating via the online platforms. So we would like to welcome you this evening to most auspicious, most special, most glorious Advent Shri Krishna Janmashtami ki jai. Shri Krishna Janmashtami Mahomotsava ki jai. So as we welcome you, for those of you who are here at the beginning, already quite a bit has been happening. A lot of chanting, kirtan, some very sweet bhajans glorifying Lord Krishna, his pastimes in Vrindavan, and glorification of his pastime places. So this evening, we are very honored and blessed to have with us the presence of His Grace Krishna Chandra Prabhu, who will be sharing with us, who will be given this segment of the Janmashtami or Krishna Katha, So as we welcome Prabhuji, you'd just like to share a little about him. For those of you who may not know him, he is originally from Guyana, specifically from Legwan, Wakenham area, and he has joined the Hare Krishna movement for over 40 years. He lived and served in many of the temples in Iflat back then, in Barbies, Essequibo, and in Crane, the different Hare Krishna temples around in the country. So Krishna Chandra Prabhu, for the last 2 decades or so, he has been in Trinidad. He has been serving there at our temples, and we are very happy to have him. This is like his hometown, basically, Guyana. And, we are very glad and happy to welcome him this evening, as we're going to hear from him about the wonderful pastimes, glories of Lord Krishna. So let's all welcome him in our usual way of chanting 3 times. We can raise our hands. Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol. So thank you, everyone. So over to Krishna Chandra Prabhu.
So Hare Krishna once again. Thank you very much. On behalf of the management of the temple, we like to be very happy to have you here on this most very auspicious occasion. One thing before I speak, I like to always observe. It is said that experience actually is the best teacher, basically speaking. And for the last hour or so, we have been chanting, and you can reflect back on your experience being with the devotees, chanting and glorifying Krishna here. And you can also relate it to what goes on outside of the temple, the hustle and the bustle that we always get involved in. So this experience that you're having here, it will be a natural experience when we go back to the spiritual world. Srila Prabhupada said that the temple is like the bubble of the spiritual world. When you come in contact with the temple, it brings actually that atmosphere of the spiritual world, where every walk is like a dance, every speech is a song, and every day is a festival. So we are observing today this festival of Janmashtami, the birth of Krishna today. So just before I begin to speak, before the normally katara to the Bhagavad Gita, the direct words of Krishna. Om Jnanaatimirandasya Jnanam Janashalakaya Chakshuro Militam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha Mukam Karoti Vachalang Pangum Langayate Girim Yat Kripahatam Aham Mande Shri Gurum Dinataranam Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. So today is Janmashtami, the birth of Krishna. So what really is Janmashtami? We have heard that the Lord comes, yada yada hi dharmasya, the Lord comes and he takes avatar, he takes birth. But what is the real significance of Janmashtami? In the Bhagavad Gita itself, there's one verse where Krishna is speaking from the fourth chapter. Ajo apishan avyayatmam bhutanam ishvaro apishan prakritim swam adhishtaya sambhavami atmamayaya. And the translation goes as follows: although I am unborn, So Krishna is saying here that he is unborn, but yet we are observing, and we are observing the birth. Yeah. We say Janmashtami is the birth of Krishna. Here Krishna is saying this verse of the Bhagavad Gita, that he is unborn. He never really takes really birth. So what is this whole purpose of this idea of coming into this world? So it is important to know, it's not like our birth. This birth that we are observing is not like our birth. Our birth is that we are born according to the law of karma. The laws of karma is force. We take birth according to a certain force, the laws of karma. But when the Lord comes in this world, he comes out of his sweet will. Yes, he does not take birth out of force. He comes out of joy, out of his natural spiritual body. The translation goes as follows: although I am unborn and my transcendental body never deteriorates, and although I am the Lord of all living entities, I still appear in every millennium in my original transcendental form. So here the Lord is saying that he appears. He descend. Avatar means like he descend. So he doesn't born like how we born. When we born and we get this body that we take birth with, after some time it gets old. Isn't that so? And our hair start to get gray. And then how we used to bounce around, we can't bounce around again. You ask somebody to lift something, they will say that when I was young I could have lifted. When I'm aged I cannot lift it. So you can see that there's difference. Yes, our birth there's a difference. When Krishna comes, he comes in his own transcendental body. His body remains youthful all the time, eternally. So just like that, when we go back to the spiritual world, Krishna comes to invite us. Yes, so that we can go back home, back to Godhead. We have everyone here in this material world, it is said that we have torn away from God, Krishna. So come we end up here. So come we have a body that born, it grows, the old age, and then it deteriorates, and then he dies. Everything fails us in this world. We are all part and parcel of Krishna. Mama ivangso jiva loke jiva bhuta sanatanam. Every living entity, everyone, not only human being, but every soul, every atma, is part and parcel of Krishna. So if Krishna is our father, pitaham asya jagato mata data pitamaha. Yes. He is the father. We always tend to forget. Forgetfulness is a natural thing in this world. Tatash dina dharma satya saucham shamadaya. Kalena balena rajan nang shati ayur bala smriti. Bal means strength, smriti means memory. That in the age of Kali Yuga, our memory will fail us. This is Sukadeva Goswami. He's talking to Raja Parikshit, this king, in Srimad Bhagavatam. He said that people in this age, their memory will fail them. And everyone can testify to that, isn't that so? We get what? Alzheimer's sometimes. Some people get that. And they can't remember where they put the car key. They can't remember if they drink their medication. They can't remember. So in the spiritual world, when we go back where Krishna comes and trying to invite us, to remember him and worship him. Man mana bhava mad bhakto mad yajimam namaskaru. Always think of me, become my devotee, worship me, pay homage unto me. Thus in the end you will come to me. So the Lord comes to remind us about our relationship. That we have an eternal relationship with God whom we forget. And here I'll read from this Bhagavad Gita. सा एव मायते अध्या योगः प्रोक्तः पुरातनः भक्तोऽस्मि सखा चेति rahasyam etad uttamam. That very ancient science of the relationship with the Supreme is told today by me to you, because you are my devotee as well as my friend, and can therefore understand this transcendental mystery of this science. So this science of a relationship, Krishna is telling Arjuna that I'm telling you about this relationship, that relationship which you have forgotten. And then earlier, Krishna is telling Arjuna that I spoke this knowledge already to the sun god, Vivaswan, the king of the sun planet. And then Arjuna asking a question, how am I to understand that you speak this knowledge to the sun god? When, myself and you, we appear to be like classmates. Krishna and Arjuna were classmates. And then Krishna explained to Arjuna, Bhavni me vyatitani janmani tavacha Arjuna tani ham veda sarvani natam vita parantapa. He says, Arjuna, many, many births me and you passed through here. I can remember all of them, but you can't. Just like every one of you, had many births before, and including myself. We are born in many different family, different country, But every birth is temporary. Sometimes when we go in America, we try to get permanent. You get what, first you want the green card, and then we want permanent residence. No, there is no permanent residence in this material world. Nowhere you can go. Even if you go Dubai, there is no permanent residence. Janma, Mrityu, Jara, Vyadi, Dukkha, Dosh, Anudarsham. Yeah, Krishna is reminding the Bhagavad Gita. He says this ancient science of the relationship, that eternal relationship with the Supreme. So we have that. So Krishna comes to remind us of that relationship. This is the greatest gift. Yeah. This is the greatest gift that we can have. Anytime we have a friend in this world, most times we have family members. When somebody remind you, they remind you mostly of themselves. Yeah. But their relationship, how they can benefit from this relationship. Now how you could benefit, how they could benefit. Kya milenga risi? What is the benefit for me? Anything you ask someone, they want to know what is the take? What is my take on it? But here Krishna is asking about this. He's telling Arjuna, he's reminding Arjuna about that eternal relationship. Yes. So when the Lord comes, the Lord is saying that I don't take birth. He's Aja. Ja means like birth. And Aja means one who doesn't take birth. That's what this other sloka is saying. Krishna is saying, Ajo apishan avyatman. Although I am unborn. And just like that, we also doesn't really take birth in this world. Natu evang jatu na sang natwang na me janadipaha. Na cheva na bhavishama sarve vayamata param. Never was there a time when you nor me nor all these kings, and never will there be a time in the future when we shall cease to be. So we eternally exist. So if we are eternally existing, but we are having a temporary relationship, something is wrong definitely with that picture. Anyone who is a little introspective, we can know something. I am eternal, but here I'm having a temporary relationship here. This relationship will last for a period of time, and then it comes to a close, that chapter. Ayur harati vaipumsam udyanastam. Every time the sun rises and it sets, it decreases the duration of life of everyone. That's how this material world is. So it is important to understand where we are in this material world. It's important to understand our body. Just like in the beginning I was making this point, that it vidojana te vadanti mahatmanam Krishna dharmam sanatanam. Yes, Lord Shiva is saying, if you are practicing sanatan dharma, Krishna dharmam sanatanam, worship Krishna. worship Krishna. And he explains in Padma Puran, Lord Shiva, he's telling his wife, Devi, Parvati, he said, "Oh Parvati, do not allow the sun to rise and set without read a shlok from the Bhagavad Gita." The words of Krishna. So her whole life revolves. Krishna is our Father. Krishna is our source. Everyone have an eternal relationship with Krishna. We all have an eternal relationship. The devotees, Krishna himself, whenever he comes, that is his main purpose. In one of his shlokas in Bhagavad Gita, Krishna says, "Yada yada hi dharmasya glanir bhavati bharata abhyutanang dharmasya tadatmanam shijamyaham." That whenever and wherever there is a decline of religious practice and a predominant rise of religion, at that time I descend myself. But it's nice to know that dharma can be established. Mahajano ye nagatasa dharmam tu shakshat bhagavata pranita. All the great. So when Krishna comes, it's not necessary that Krishna really want to establish dharma. His devotees could. Mother Durga could do that. Lord Brahma could do that. Lord Shiva could do. So many different individuals could establish dharma. So Krishna, when he comes, his main choice from his side, from Krishna's side, he wants the devotee, he wants all of us to go back home, back to the spiritual world. Yeah. He wants us to go. That's why he performed all these pastimes. All these pastimes. Later on, let's say we leave the best for last. As we go on later on today, you will hear many, many devotees will be reading many, many pastimes about Lord Krishna's pastimes. So Krishna performed all these pastimes to attract us. Yeah. You know, when we observe someone does something very much, just like the children, if they watch TV, then they see who? Superman, and they become attracted. Isn't that so? Batman. You do something superhuman, and people become attracted. So Krishna performed all these pastimes. There are many, many pastimes that Krishna performed. In other words, for we to become attracted to him. Just like you watch a movie. Some people are attracted to the hero and the heroine. Star boy, star girl. Isn't that so? Yeah. You become attracted. And in which those things are not true, and we know. They give an example. A star boy is way up in the mountain, and the star girl is way down the mountain at the bottom of the valley. And when he sings at the top, she chorusing him at the bottom. How they hearing each other? Isn't that can be possible? It can't be possible. It's all pixel, you know, movies. It's not real. But Krishna pastimes are real. So when we want to be attracted, we should be attracted to something that is real. Real. So Krishna comes and he performs many, many pastimes. In the Srimad Bhagavatam, it says, Shrinvatam swakata Krishnam punya shravanam kirtam. Shrinvatam, Shrino means to hear. And punya means piety. When we hear about Krishna, when we hear about Lord Ramachandra and all these pastimes, then our heart becomes soft. Yes, and Krishna, not only our heart becomes soft, but Krishna becomes happy. It's just like us. We hear that somebody hear about something that we have done, and that person hear. Why do we tell people? We call our friends and we tell them if we had some good experience. We want them to become attracted and develop that relationship. So Krishna comes and he performs pastimes. You know that this observation of Janmashtami today, as long as we observe this occasion with love and devotion, it is said that this observation can take us back to the spiritual world. Yeah, Krishna is observing that you are here, observing his birth, celebrating his birth. It's just like you celebrate some member of your family birthday. They are very happy. So when we celebrate the activities, Janma karma chami divyam evam yu viti tatva tyakva de. Krishna is saying so. I am just repeating. See, anyone who knows this activity and birth upon leaving this body, they will not come back here in this material world. Just imagine that. Just by knowing his birth and his activity, it's all transcendental. He's happy. The Lord is happy to know that you're observing his birthday in this material world. His activities is not going in vain. You are reminded of it. And just like our birthday, recently, just last night, I was giving a lecture down in near to Grove there, that place, Craig or whatever it is, by a mother, and was reminding people, when you have a birthday, you observe your birthday. But when you die, do people observe your birthday? No, you die, you're gone. That's it. But Krishna comes in this material 5,000 years ago, and we are still observing. When we are about to give up our body, we can remember Krishna. Krishna said, he who remembers me at the time of death, they will definitely come back to God. Yeah. So with this little, I just want to read one little katha. I hope I can get it through. This is one from the Krishna book, the Prem Sagar. This chapter is called The Wonderful Krishna. It is said out of all the different pastimes, Srila Prabhupada really loved this one. Wonderful Krishna. So I'll try to read a little bit until the arti is ready. So please listen with rapt attention. Without understanding the intricacy of Krishna, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, and without knowing his uncommon spiritual opulence and innocence, cowherd boys and men of Vrindavan began to discuss his wonderful activity, which surpassed the activity of all men. One of them said, "My dear friend, considering his wonderful activity, how is it possible that such an uncommon boy would come and live with us in Vrindavan? It is really not possible. Just imagine, he is now only 7 years old. How is it possible for him to lift the Govardhan hill in one hand and hold it up just as the king of the elephant holds a lotus flower? To lift a lotus flower is a most insignificant thing for an elephant. And similarly, Krishna lifted, he was simply a small baby and could not even see properly. He killed a great demon, Putna. While sucking her breast, he also sucked her life here. Krishna killed the Putna demon exactly as eternal time kills a living creature in due course. When he was only 3 months old, he was sleeping underneath a hand-driven cart. Being hungry for his mother's breast, he began to cry. Small feet, the cart immediately broke apart and fell to pieces. When he was only 1 year old, he was carried away by Trinavarta demon, distinguished as a whirlwind. And although he was taken very high in the sky, he simply hung on the neck of the demon and forced him to fall from the sky and immediately die. Once his mother, being disturbed by his stealing butter, tied him to a wooden grinding mortar, and the child pulled it towards a pair of trees known as Yamala Arjuna and caused them to fall. Once when he was engaged in tendering the calves in the forest, the brother Balaram, a demon named Bakasur, appeared, and Krishna at once bifurcated the demon's neck. Well, his beak, yes. So all these demons were sent by, you know who? Kamsa, yes. Who know the story? Kamsa, his uncle, was a very demonic person, was trying to send various different demons to kill him. But Krishna killed all of them as we go on. When the demon known as Vritasur entered among the calves tended by Krishna with a desire to kill him, he immediately detected the demon, killed him, and threw him into a tree. When Krishna, along with his brother Balaram, entered the Talavan forest, the demon known as Denakasur, in the shape of a donkey, attacked them and was immediately killed by Balaram, who caught his hind legs and threw him into a palm tree. Although Denakasur demon was assisted by his cohorts, also in the shape of a donkey, also Vrindavan. When Palambasur entered amongst Krishna's cowherd friends, Krishna caused him to be killed by Balaram. Thereafter, Krishna saved his friends and cows from a severe forest fire, and he chastised Kalya serpent in the lake of the Yamuna river and forced him to leave
the vicinity of the Yamuna, he thereby made the water of the Yamuna poisonless. Well, everyone know that pastime with Krishna dance and Kalya had. You always see it on the cartoon. Normally, if you watch the movie, you will see. And so the boys and his friends could play and drink the water of the Yamuna. After one of the friends of Nanda Maharaj said, "My dear Nanda, we do not know why we are so attracted by your son Krishna. We want to forget him, but this is impossible. Why are we so naturally affectionate towards him? Just imagine how wonderful it is. On one hand, he is only a boy of 7 years old, and on the other hand, there is a huge hill like Govardhan Hill, and he lifted it so easily. Oh Nanda Maharaj, we are now in great doubt. Your son Krishna must be one of the Devata. He is not at all an ordinary boy. Maybe he is the Supreme Personality of Godhead." On hearing the praises of the cowherd men in Vrindavan, King Nanda said, "My dear friends, in reply to you, I can simply present the statement of Garga Muni so that your doubts may be cleared. When he came to perform the name-giving ceremony, he said that this boy descended in different period of time, in different color, and that this time he has appeared in Vrindavan in a blackish color of Vasudev, and everyone who knows of his previous birth call him Vasudev. Actually, he said that my son has many varieties of name according to the different qualities and activities. Garga Acharya assured me that this boy will be all auspicious for my family and that he will be able to give transcendental blissful pleasure to all the cowherd men and boys in Vrindavan. Even though we will be put into various kind of difficulty, by the grace of this boy, we will be very easily freed from them. So here the Nanda Maharaj is saying, who is the foster father of Krishna. Krishna born in the prison cell of Kamsa, Vasudeva and Devaki, but then Vasudeva took him to Gokula, so he grew up in Nanda Maharaj. So here Nanda Maharaj is saying how fortunate it is that he have this child as his son. Just like in the 6th canto, that Narad Muni explained, he said, "Blessed be the womb that gave birth to a devotee of Krishna." Said that mother becomes liberated. In the katha of Krishna, how Krishna liberates so many, kills so many, by hearing Shrinvatam Swa Katha Krishna, Punya Shravanam Kirtanam. The heart becomes soft, and then we remember Krishna. And Krishna is happy. Krishna is very happy. All the Devi Devatas, they are happy to see you here. There's nothing like satsang in this world. Sadhu Sangha, Sarva Shastra. Lava Matra. Lava means what? Half of a second. If you engage half of a second in service to Krishna, then that can transform the heart. Like Narad Muni. Before he was Narad Muni, he was the son of a maid servant. And by associating with devotees and take that mantra, Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya, and that person become the son of Lord Brahma. You see? By this association is so potent. So you see, all perfection can be had in the association of devotees. So we are hearing the katha of Krishna. So I'll try to conclude just in a short while. When all the cowherd men and had very attentively heard, here Prabhupada is saying, attentively hear. Naste paraso badrishu nityam bhagavate sevaya bhagavati uttama shloke bhaktir bhavati naishri. By constantly hearing, attentively hearing Krishna katha, all that is troublesome to the heart can almost easily go away. And bhaktir bhavati naishtiki, devotion will be inscribed within the heart. So here Prabhupada is saying, when all the cowherd men have very attentively heard the statement of Garga Acharya through Nanda Maharaj, they better appreciate the wonderful activity of Krishna and became very, very jubilant and satisfied. They began to praise Nanda Maharaj because by consulting him, their doubts about Krishna were clear. They had doubts, and their doubts disappeared by hearing Nanda Maharaj explain. They said, "Let Krishna, who is so kind and beautiful and merciful, protect us. When angry Indra sent torrents of rain accompanied by showers of ice blocks and high wind, Krishna immediately took compassion upon us and saved us and our family, cows, and valuable possession by picking up Govardhan Hill, just as a child picks up a mushroom. He saved us so wonderfully. May he continue to grace and glance merciful over us and our cows. May we live peacefully and under the protection of wonderful Krishna. Thus end the Bhaktivedanta purport of it, 26th chapter of Krishna, wonderful Krishna. So here how we are all fortunate, as I was saying, we are very, very fortunate to born in this Vedic Dharma and to practice devotion. In many other religion and practice, you don't find God coming. Isn't that so? Yeah. It's only in our Dharma, Sanatana Dharma, the Lord comes constantly. He comes, the Supreme Lord. He leaves the spiritual world and comes. Because what? Because of love. Because of love. So they say love, what do they say? Love can move mountain. Just like they normally give an explanation. A mother can stand in front of a bus for a child. So in the same way, the Lord actually loves us. And he comes constantly to remind us that about our relationship, to go back home, back to God, and to increase that relationship and to make that relationship clear and easy in the age of Kali Yuga. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu gave this wonderful jewel, the jewel of this Maha Mantra, the greatest gift that we can receive in this world. We receive many gifts and we are grateful. But to receive this Maha Mantra, the name of Krishna. Why it is called Maha Mantra? It is said it can be chanted quietly and it can be chanted loudly. Some mantra can be chanted quietly, some mantra can be chanted loudly. But this Maha Mantra, Prabhupada explained, can be chanted both quietly and loudly. That's why it's called Maha Mantra. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. So, as I said, the best is left back for the last. I am just giving you the principle here. This explanation is just the principle. The real juice of the bhakti is left for the later part of this program. If you can stay until 12 o'clock, you will greatly benefit. Prem se bolo Shri Krishna Chandra Bhagwan ki jai. Thank you very much. Hare Krishna. Thank you much for coming. Enjoy the rest of the program. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Chandra Prabhu, one quick question. Generally, you were just saying about in many other parts, they doesn't have this understanding or the privilege, you may say, or the opportunity where the Lord comes.
Mm-hmm.
I think one of the arguments is that whenever someone comes to this world, it becomes flesh and blood. And therefore, they cannot, or we cannot conceive, with that understanding, we cannot conceive the Lord comes to the material world. So can you explain, can you clarify that a little?
Yeah, well, the verse that I was Krishna was explaining, Ajo apishan atman bhutanam ishwaro apishan prakatim swamadishtaya sambhavami atma mayaya. That he comes, he's explaining to Arjuna that when he comes, his body never deteriorates. That's one thing. Like our body always deteriorates, actually. Everything deteriorates. We lose everything. But Krishna, eternally, he comes with his eternal body. The Supreme Lord is a Swarat. Swarat means he is completely, absolutely independent. He is beyond, one point can be understood. Krishna, the Supreme Lord, is beyond time and space. Everything within time and space, within the three dimension, we call creation, maintenance, and annihilation. That's the three dimension. Krishna is beyond time and space. So he's not within creation, maintenance, and he's Tulya. Tulya means in the four dimension, beyond the three dimension. So his body is Sat Chit Anand. Sat means eternity, Chit means full of consciousness, Anand means blissful. So his body is eternally like that. Not like we are here, our body is within the three dimensions. It born, it grows, and it dies, and then it withers and it falls away. So when the Lord comes, he says he comes with that body. His body is not like material body actually. This mata is considered to be asat, achit, and niranan. Asat means non-eternal. Achit means full of ignorance. Niranan means full of pain. That's why we have this mantra in the Vedas, Tamasima, Jyotirgamaya, Asatoma, Sadgamaya, Mrityoma, Amritam Gamaya. Asat, this material world is asat. Yes, it's temporary. Yes. We should go to that sat, the world that is reality. Reality means it eternally exists. So as the spiritual world is eternally exists, Krishna, the Supreme Lord, is eternally existing, the Supreme Lord. His body doesn't change. It doesn't deteriorate. So this is the great gift that the Lord comes here in this material world just to remind us, come back to that world where you can enjoy eternally happiness, eternal happiness in the spiritual world. Your body will not change. Yes. Eternally. It said in the spiritual world where the Lord exists, everything is spiritual. From one tree, you could get anything. Star apple, monkey apple, golden apple, ice apple, any kind of apple from one tree. Whereas in this world, you only can get one tree. And not only that, in the spiritual world, the tree could move. Yeah, the tree could move with you. Because everything is conscious of Krishna. So the dimension is different completely is different from this material world. So when we use this material concept to understand the Lord, it falls apart, falls short. Because this material world is within the three dimensions. Three dimension mean creation, maintenance, and annihilation. While it's four dimension, there's no creation, no maintenance. It eternally exists. Yes. So that's why the Lord comes out of love. We are here because we turn away from God. And the temple here is trying to teach us, all bhakti is trying to teach us how to turn back to Krishna. How to turn back to Krishna. They say two things is wrong here. In this material world, we have this desire, Ishwaraham ahambo, Ishwara. We want to enjoy, separate from God. And what we have to come back to is Jiviri Surupohoy, Krishniri Nityadas. I am an eternal servant of Krishna. And we live our normal life. Everything belongs to Krishna. Yes. So if we can understand it, and the first principle it begins, it's easy to understand if we accept Guru. Om Jnana Timirandasya Jnanam Jana Shalakaya Chakshuro Militamina Tasmai Shri Guruvina. Our Dharma begins with this mantra. So every one of us here, we should have Guru. Yes, we should have Matra Dev Bhava, Pita Dev Bhava, Acharya Dev Bhava. We learn. Mother is first Guru. Father is supposed to be second. Acharya becomes third, and then every one of them is bringing us to Krishna. So if we learn from mother, we learn from father, we learn from the Acharya, we can easily understand who Krishna is, what the spiritual world is. This human life is only meant for sacrifice to Krishna, to remember Krishna. Utishta Jagrata, Prapyan Vardhan. Bhagavatam Prahalad is telling his friends that this human life is a great vardhan. Use it. Prana artha dhiya vacha. Pran is life, art, whatever wealth we have, we use it. Dhiya, intelligent, vacha, speech. Use it to glorify Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Thank you very much.
Hare Krishna.
Enjoy the rest of the program. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Thank you very much, Krishna Chandra Prabhu, for your wonderful presentation this evening on Sri Krishna Janmashtami celebration. It is always As you just heard, always wonderful to be in satsang, be in kirtan, what to speak of being here for Sri Krishna Janmashtami. So just before we ask you to stand for the beautiful artik to their Lordship, I'll just give you a little quick highlight of the rest of this evening proceeding. So artik will go on simultaneously. Bhojan will be served as usual, Hare Krishna Study Center, 24/7. Bhojan goes on. So Bhojan will be served. And as we advertise, we announce, we invite everyone that there's 2 main sessions for Janmashtami this year. 2 main session means from 4:30 to 7 p.m. And then from 7:30 to 9 p.m. will be a second artik for these 2 sessions. Immediately after that artik, which is some of the nectarian part that Krishna Chandra Prabhu was referring to just now, it will become Abhishek. So there will be Chota deity of Krishna and Balaram. And you will get an opportunity to see the bathing ceremony of the Lordship. It will take place right in front of the altar here. And then Gopalji will come out on the swing sometime around that time. And everyone will get an opportunity to swing Gopal, Ladu Gopal it is called, small baby Krishna in his Gopal form. And then the rest of the evening, that will bring us probably around 10. They have some drama, a little skit by the kids. And then there will be kirtan, bhajan, reading of Krishna's pastime. This reading of Krishna's pastime will be very special. And then most magnificent or most auspicious would be when the curtain open for midnight arti. As we all know by now, Krishna appear dead in the night, direct midnight. Direct midnight, the Lord make his appearance. So the curtain will open, and it will be the beautiful artik ceremony to their Lordship. They will be, now they are decked, after the date outfit, they are decked in flower outfit. And then they will have a special outfit as they will appear, you know, the Lord Krishna will appear midnight. So that is, and of course, continuous bhojan goes on. So for some reason, or for some unknown reason, if someone have to go, you have something to do, I beg of you, come back for midnight. If you do have to go, otherwise you're here and just enjoy kirtan, enjoy prasadam. We have amazing, amazing books. They have Kids Corner in the prasadam bhojan hall. They have Kids Corner, coloring Krishna Leela. They have different printout of Krishna Leela. So the kids can do coloring of Krishna's pastime. They have video show goes on there. They will have a question and answer session goes on just next to the books table. Some devotees will be there to answer any question on the practice of Vedic culture and the Lord's appearance and all that. So without any further ado, we'd like to ask you to please stand. Thank you all very much to be here for this session. Please stand. If you want, you can come forward. Maybe you can move these sponges. You can come forward a little closer this way as the curtain will open. We'll beg the pujaris. Our dear pujaris, please blow the conch shell. Haribol, pujaris, please blow the conch shell. Kirtanyas, begin the kirtan, please. Jaya Krishna Balaram, Jaya Krishna Balaram, Krishna Balaram, Jaya Krishna Balaram. Bolo, bolo! Krishna Balaram, Jaya Krishna Balaram, Krishna Balaram, Jaya Krishna Balaram, Jaya Krishna Balaram, Krishna Balaram, Krishna Balaram, Jai Jai Shri Shri Krishna Balaram Ji ki Jai, Shri Shri Paramakana Nitai Gaura Chand ki Jai.
ki bajayo jaya gora chande arati ka shobha. Avitatavane jagamana lobha. Dake nenitai cha bame gadadhara.
Dake nenitai cha bame gadadhara.
Nikate advaita shrini vasachhatradhara.
Nikati advaita sini vachachatradhara.
Nikate advaita shrini vasachhatradhara.
Nikati advaita sini vachachatradhara.
Nikate advaita shrini vasachhatradhara.
Nikati advaita sini vachachatradhara.
Boshe ache Gaurachan Ratna Simhasane. Boshe ache Gaurachan
Ratna Simhasane.
Arati Korena Brahma Adi Devagane.
Arati Korena Adi Devagane.
Nara Hari Hari Kori Chamara Dulaya.
Naradi Hadi Kore Chamaradulaya.
Nara Hari Adi Kore Chamaradulaya. Nara Hari Hari Sanjaya Mukunda Basu Goshadigaya.
Sanjaya Mukunda Basu
Goshadigaya. Shankar Bhaje Ganta Bhaje Bhaje Karatala. Bhaje Ganta Bhaje Bhaje Karatala. Madhura Mridanga Bhaje Paramarasala. Madhura Madhura Mridanga Bhaje Paramarasala. O Shanka Bhaje Ghanta Bhaje Madhur 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 Bhaje.
Shanka Bhaje Ganta Bhaje
madhur 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 baje.
Shanka baje, ghanta baje, 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 madhur 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 baje.
Oh madhur 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 baje,
madhur 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 baje.
madhur 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 baje.
Madhur 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 baje.
Shanka baje, ghanta baje, madhur 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 baje.
Shanka baje, ghanta baje, madhur 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 baje.
Nitai Gaur Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Gaura Hari Bol.
Nitai Gaur Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Gaur Hari Bol.
Baho Koti Chandra ji ne Vadana Ujala.
Baho Koti Chandra ji ne vadana ujala.
Baho Koti Chandra ji ne vadana ujala. Baho
Koti Chandra ji ne vadana ujala.
Gala deshe vanamala kore jalamala.
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 Shiva Shuka Narada Preme Gada Gada.
Shiva Sukha Narada Prem Gara Gara.
Shiva Shuka Narada Preme Gada Gada.
Shiva Sukha Narada Prem Gara Gara.
Bhakati Vinoda Deke Gaurara Sampada.
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 Shiva Jayo Jaya Gaura Chande Arati Kashobha.
Shiva Jaya Jaya Gaura Chande Arati Kashobha.
Shiva Jayo Jaya Gaura Chande शोभा शिव जय जय गौरा चंद्र आरतिक शोभा जानवेता तवाने जगमाना लोभा जानवेता तवाने जगमाना जानवेता तवाने जगमाना लोभा जानवेता तवाने जगमाना लोभा गौरांगेरारतिका शोभा जगजानमाना लोभा गौरांगेरारतिका शोभा जगमाना लोभा गौरांगेरारतिका शोभा जगजानमाना लोभा गौरांगेरारतिका शोभा जगमाना लोभा गौरांगेरारतिका शोभा जगजानमाना लोभा गौरांगेरारतिका शोभा जगमाना लोभा जगजानमाना लोभा जगमाना लोभा जगजानमाना लोभा जगमाना लोभा गौरांगेरारतिका शोभा जगजानमाना लोभा गौरांगेरारतिका शोभा जगमाना लोभा गौरांगेरारतिका शोभा जगजानमाना लोभा गौरांगेरारतिका शोभा जय परम करुणा निताय गौरचंद्र परम करुणा निताय गौरचंद्र जय परम करुणा जय निताय गौरचंद्र जय परम करुणा जय निताय गौरचंद्र जय परम करुणा निताय गौरचंद्र जय परम करुणा निताय गौरचंद्र परम करुणा जय निताय गौरचंद्र जय परम करुणा जय निताय गौरचंद्र जय कृष्ण बलराम कृष्ण बलराम कृष्ण बलराम जय कृष्ण बलराम कृष्ण बलराम कृष्ण बलराम कृष्ण बलराम जय कृष्ण बलराम जय राधे श्याम राधे श्याम राधे श्याम जय राधे श्याम जय राधे श्याम राधे श्याम राधे श्याम जय राधे जय जय प्रभुपाद 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 जय प्रभुपाद जय प्रभुपाद 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 जय प्रभुपाद नमः ओम विष्णुपदाय कृष्ण पृष्ठाय भूतले श्रीमते भक्ति वेदांत स्वामिने ते नामिने विष्णुपदाय कृष्ण पृष्ठाय भूतले श्रीमते भक्ति वेदांत स्वामिने ते नामिने नमस्ते सरस्वती देवे गौरवाणी प्रचारिणे निर्विशेषा शून्यवादी पाश्चात्यादेशतारिणे नमस्ते सरस्वती देवे गौरवाणी Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Jaya Shri Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadara Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Srivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda
Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Gaura Bhakta Vrinda
Jaya Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Jaya Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Jaya Gaura Nityananda Jaya Gaura Nityananda Jaya Krishna Balaram Krishna Balaram Krishna Balaram Jaya Krishna Balaram
Jaya Krishna Balaram Jaya Krishna Balaram Krishna Balaram Jaya Krishna Balaram
Jaya Krishna Balaram Krishna Balaram Krishna Balaram Jaya Krishna Balaram
Jaya Krishna Balaram Jaya Krishna Balaram Krishna Balaram Jaya Krishna Balaram
Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Hare
Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama
Rama Rama Hare Hare. Everybody together. Hare Krishna Hare Krishna. Everyone together loudly. Krishna Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama Hare Rama. Rama Rama Hare. Hare Krishna Hare Krishna. Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare
Gauranga Hari Bol
Hare Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna Hare Krishna
Gauranga Hari Bol
Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama Rama Rama
Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare.
Hare Rama, Hare Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Bol.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama,
Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Oh, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Oh, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Oh, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna
Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hey! Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama,
Oh, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna,
Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram,
Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Oh, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare.
Jaya Parama Karuna Nitai Gaura Chandra, Parama Karuna Jaya Nitai Gaura Chandra.
Jaya Parama Karuna Jaya Nitai Gaura Chandra, Jaya Parama Karuna Jaya Nitai Gaura Chandra.
Jaya Parama Karuna Nitai Gaura Chandra, Jaya Parama Karuna Nitai Gaura Chandra.
Jaya Parama Karuna Jaya Nitai Gaura Chandra, Jaya Parama Karuna Jaya Nitai Gaura Chandra.
Jaya Krishna Balaram, Jaya Krishna Balaram.
Krishna Balaram,
Go,
Jaya
go,
Krishna
everybody.
Balaram.
Krishna Balaram, Jaya Krishna Balaram.
Krishna Balaram, Jaya Krishna Balaram.
Jaya Krishna Balaram, Jaya Krishna Balaram.
Krishna Balaram, Jaya Krishna Balaram.
Jaya Radhe Shyam, Radhe Shyam, Radhe Shyam, Jaya Radhe Shyam.
Jaya Radhe Shyam, Radhe Shyam, Radhe Shyam, Jaya Radhe Shyam.
Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Srila Prabhupada.
Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Srila Prabhupada.
Nitai Gaur Haribo, 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 Gaur Haribo.
Jai Gaur Haribo, 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 Gaur Haribo.
Nitai Gaur Haribo, 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 Gaur Haribo.
Jai Gaur Haribo, Haribo, Haribo.
Oh, Gaura Haribo. Shri Shri Radhe Shyam ki jai. Shri Shri Krishna Chandra Bhagwan ke. Shri Shri Janmashtami Maha Mahotsav ke. Jai Om Vishnupad Paramahamsa Parivrajaka Acharya Stotra Sata Shri Shriman His Divine Grace A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada ke. Jai Om Vishnupad Paramahamsa Parivrajaka Acharya Stotra Sata Shri Shriman Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Thakur Srila Prabhupada ke. Srila Gaur Kishore Das Babaji Maharaj ki jai. Satchidananda Bhakti Vinod Thakur ke jai. Vaishnav Sarvabhauma Shri Jagannath Das Babaji Maharaj ki jai. Ananta Koti Vaishnava Vrinda ki jai. Namacharya Srila Haridas Thakur ke. प्रेम से कहो श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधर श्रीवासादि गौर भक्त वृंद के श्री श्री राधा कृष्ण गोप गोपीनाथ श्याम कुंद राधा कुंद गिरि गोवर्धन की जय श्री वृंदावन धाम के everybody loudly श्री वृंदावन धाम के श्री मायापुर धाम की जय गंगा माय यमुना माय की जय भक्ति देवी तुलसी महारानी की जय संकीर्तन यज्ञ की जय सामवेद भक्त वृंद की जय हिताय गौर प्रेमानंदे. All glories to the assembly devotees. All glories to the assembly devotees. All glories to the assembly devotees. All glories to Shri Shri Guru and Shri Gauranga. Shri Shri Janmashtami Maha Mahotsav ke. Hari Bol.
So Hare Krishna, everybody can take their seats. We'll do Nrsingadev Pranam along with Nrsingadev Aarti. Rebo. Namaste Narasningaya. Namaste Narasningaya. Praladadadayine. Namaste Narasingaya. Praladadadayine. Srila Tankana Kalaine. Ito Nrsinga Parato na shingho. Yato yato ya mitato na shingho. Lahe na shingho, hidaye na shingho. Nara shringa madhim saranam prapade.
Saranam prapade.
Nara shringa madhim saranam prapade.
Shringamadim sharanam prapade.
Tava kara kamala bare nakam adbhuta shringam. Dalita hiranya kashipu tano bringam. Keshavadrita narahari rupa. Jaya Jagadisha Hare, Jaya Jagadisha Hare, Jaya Jagadisha Hare. Tava kara kamala bare nakam adbhuta shringam. Dalita hiranya kashipu tano bringam. Keshavadrita narahari rupa. Jaya Jagadisha Hare, Jaya Jagadisha Hare, Jaya Jagadisha Hare. Shri Prahlad Narasimha Bhagwan ki.
Hare Krishna. Shri Krishna Janmashtami ki. Hare Krishna. So as we announced just before the Artik, for those of you who probably just came in, immediately we're going to continue. They're just telling me that they're supposed to perform one of the kids' session or little skit or drama during that session, so they want to do that now. So anyway, the news is that, you want to hear what is the news, yes or no? You want to hear what is the news? Okay, so the news is that for those who came before 5:45, those who came before 5:45, the news is that you are allowed to go and take prasadam. So that means those who were here for the earlier session, you can go and take prasadam and breeze out and come back. For those of you who came after that, means that you came for the second session, so you will be here for the second session. So allow those to go and take bhojan and come back, and then your turn will come very shortly. So we are go right into it. We'll be inviting the kids to perform their little skit. Then poem. Hari Kirtan is saying they have a poem. Then maybe something on Krishna, I imagine. Then we will continue with a few bhajans and kirtan. And that will bring us, the kids session will bring us to 7:30, and the second session is scheduled to start at 7:30. So we'll write on time. So at 7:30, we'll begin with the second session with Kirtan, Bhajan, Krishna Leela discourses. And as we announce, at 9, there will be a shorter version, which we call Dhoop Artik, 7-8 minutes Artik. And then immediately after that would be the Maha Abhishek ceremony to their Lordship. And then by then we said, baby Krishna Ladhu Gopal will arrive will appear on the swing here, and everyone will have an opportunity to come forward and shake and swing baby Krishna and his swing while Kirtan will go on and the Maha Abhishek. And then, of course, by that time, it will bring us probably around 10. And then Kirtan Bhajan will go on for the rest of the night until the final artik at 12. So we said, if someone have to go for something, maybe someone didn't maybe forget to chain their house down. Chain their house? Or lock their house, maybe. Maybe to lock their house. So you can go and lock your house and come back. Make sure you're here 1 minute before 12. Don't miss the the real session, the real artik is Krishna Advent is midnight. Okay? So don't miss that. You be here just as the curtain will open. By then, the Lord will go in their new midnight outfit. So you don't want to miss that. So over to the kids of the Hare Krishna Study Center. Let us put your hands together.
Hare Krishna.
Good morning, everyone. Hare Krishna, everyone. I am little Krishna, dark and cute. This is my calf, and this is my flute. When the cows are grazing, I play my flute, and the little gopas dance to my flute. I am little Krishna, dark and cute. This is my peacock and this is my flute. When Vrindavan is sleeping, I play my flute. And the pretty little gopis dance to my tune.
Haribol, thank you very much. So a little bit louder applause than that to encourage them. So we'll now continue with Kirtan, and the program goes on. Please do feel free to stay. I won't say feel free to leave. Thank you very much. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. As we announced earlier, we have some kids coloring books and kids Vedic storybooks. Vedic storybooks means you can get character on Ramayana, you can get character on Krishna Leela, and Bhagavad Puran, Prahlad, different personalities. So take one for the children under the tent out there. There are many, many books. Some recent edition of books came out. You will get story form of Ramayana, and many other literatures are there. So take advantage of those books as you go, and take Bhojan, and we'll see you back here for the second session. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. जय श्री परमकांताय गौर चंद्र भगवान की जय. नमो विष्णुपदाय कृष्ण पृष्ठाय भूतले Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swamiti Namine Namaste Saraswati Devi Kauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadhi Pasatya Deshatarine Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Srivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Hare Nama Hare Nama Hare Nama Eva Kevalam Kalo Nasteva 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 Gatiranyata Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare
Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama,
Rama. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Prabhupada.
Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jai Prabhupada.
Srila Prabhupada ki jai, Shri Harinam Sankirtan Yagya ki.
Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. So now we'll discuss a few pastimes of our Lord Shri Krishna in Vrindavan and Mathura and hopefully also Dwarka. But before, I'd like to humbly beg all of you to please join me in a bhajan that I am 100% sure that every one of you know. That is Jai Radha Madhava. So please, everyone, please join with us as loudly as possible, chorusing and singing along with us. Thank you very much. Jaya Radha Madhava, Jaya Kunja Bihari, Jaya Radha Madhava, Jaya Kunja Bihari. Jaya Radha Madhava, Jaya Kunja Bihari, Jaya Radha Madhava, Jaya Kunja Bihari. Gopi Jana Vallabha, Jaya Girivaradhari, Jaya Girivaradhari. Gopi Jana Vallabha, Jaya Girivaradhari, Jaya Girivaradhari, Jaya Yashodanandana, Jaya Braja Janaranjana, Jaya Yamuna, Jaya Braja Janaranjana, Yamuna Tiravanachare, Jaya Kunja Bihari, Jaya Kunja Bihari, Jaya Yamuna Tiravanachari, Radha Madhava Jaya Kunda Bihari Jaya Radha Madhava Jaya Kunda Bihari Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Jaya Krishna Balaram Krishna Balaram Krishna Balaram Jaya Krishna Balaram Jaya Krishna Balaram Krishna Balaram Krishna Balaram Jaya Krishna Balaram Jaya Gauranitai 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 Jaya Gauranitai 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 Jaya Radhe Shyam Radhe Shyam Radhe Shyam Jaya Radhe Shyam Jaya Radhe Shyam Radhe Shyam Radhe Shyam Jaya Radhe Jaya Radhe Shyam Radhe Shyam Radhe Shyam Jaya Radhe Shyam Radhe Shyam Radhe Shyam Radhe Shyam Jaya Jaya Prabhupada 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 Jaya Prabhupada Jaya Prabhupada 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 Jaya Prabhupada Nitai Gaur Hari Bol Hari Bol Hari Bol Gaur Hari Bol Hari Bol Hari Bol Hari Bol Gaur Hari Bol Shri Hari Nam Sankirtan Ke
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna.
Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram. Bolo bolo everyone. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. So we humbly request everyone to please, wherever you are, round and about, please, if you already take Bhojan, you already visited the bookstall, you can please enter the temple room, and if you can come forward a little, no problem. You have enough space. I see some of our good friends here. They are taking it very humble on the ground. So, as His Grace Krishna Chandra Prabhu would have indicated, as the evening goes by, it will only become more and more nectarian, more and more sweet. So myself and Hari Kirtan are going to try to enter a little into Krishna Leela. I'll begin with one bhajan that glorifies many of Krishna's childhood and many of Krishna's pastime. And Hari Kirtan also will make his contribution in between. So let's see how it all worked out. So welcome once again to the Hare Krishna Study Center. Someone called me this morning. I was in the kitchen, and they said, Prabhu, one of my Pandit friend, old Pandit friend you may say, elderly Pandit friend, sorry to say old, he said, Prabhu, I want to congratulate you that you choose to do the right thing. That Janmashtami, the Ashtami, supposed to be 8 days from Lord Balaram appearance, Balaram Jayanti or Raksha Bandhan. And he was questioning me how they are celebrating on the 6th. So I said, Prabhu, my understanding is very simple. 2 days is better than 1 day.
Haribo!
Hare Krishna. 2 days is better than 1 day. So I said, more the merrier. If we celebrate Janmashtami 1 day, it comes and done. But if we celebrate 2 days, it is even better. We should actually imbibe Krishna Janma, Janma Karma Chame Devyam. We should imbibe Krishna's birth, Krishna's advent, Krishna's avatar, Krishna's incarnation within the innermost core of our hearts. And it should reside there every single day. Krishna's appearance should occur within our hearts, within our minds, within our being, within our persons, all the time. Not just 1 day. But this 1 day should spark it for us that we look forward for every day as we put our heads in the evening, in the night on our pillow. We go to sleep with Krishna within our thought, within our minds, within our meditation. And when we rise in the morning, again, thank you, my dear Krishna. I live to see another day in this body, in this world. And that, my dear Lord, as I breathe the air, as I place my feet on Mother Earth, which is all your energy, my dear Lord, I want to say how grateful I am that you, my dear Lord, you, my dear Lords, are giving me this wonderful opportunity. And as we glorify Krishna, let us meditate. Let us draw the thoughts of Krishna closer to us, within the innermost core of our hearts. And let our hearts become as soft as Mother Yashoda's butter. You know, the butter that, you know where this butter that Krishna stole? This stealing of butter pastime. You know what was this butter? So they said that Nanda Maharaj, Krishna's father, had thousands and thousands of cows. And they were different category of cows. And that Mother Yashoda and the elder gopis, they will take milk. They took milk from the best cows that Nanda Maharaj had. Can't remember. You remember the name of those cows, Hari? Hari Kirtan? Remember the name of those cows? The best cows, they are described by particular names or name. And when all the cows their milk was like nectar. Was so nectarian. But the best of the best cows, imagine how nectarian would have been those milk. And those were the milk that Mother Yashoda will churn. You know Damodar Leela? You coming up, when you enter into the entrance here, Lord Damodar is there. First bathing pastime. When you Hari Kirtan said when you entering the tunnel, when you come in through the tunnel, and this tunnel there's a whole Leela behind this tunnel. Uncle Roop have something to do with this tunnel and a few others. So as you come in through the tunnel, you see the second picture to your left when you're coming in is Damodar Leela, baby Krishna being bound to the wooden grinding mortar. So that is the stealing of butter, Markanchor Leela. So these milk that comes from these special cows is what Mother Yashoda will churn into butter. And when that becomes butter, it was the purest of pure butter. And those were the butter that Krishna and the cowherd boys, along with the monkeys of Vrindavan, used to go and steal. So what is the significant? One of the significant of this pastime is that our hearts, it symbolizes that when our hearts becomes like those butter of Mother Yashoda, as pure, as soft, as white, as Mother Yashoda's butter, and then Krishna will intervene, then Krishna will enter. Those are the hearts that Krishna really wants. Then he will come and he will really and truly steals our hearts. So this is called Vivavadi Shisha, Aloka Pravesha, Nidrachari Utajiva. Bolo Hari Hari Mukunda Murari. Mukunda, the one who gives liberation. Mukunda Murari, Rama Krishna Hayagiva. So you all ready? Vivavadi Shisha Aloka pravisha nirachare utajiva
Vibhavari Shesha
So the bhajan is up
Aloka
here.
Pravisha
Nirachare utajiva Vibhavari Shisha Aloka Pravisha Nirachare utajiva
Vibhavari Shesha Aloka Pravisha Nidrachari Utajiva
Bolo Hare Hare Mukunda Murare Rama Krishna Yageva
Bolo Hare Hare Mukunda Murari Rama Krishna Hare
Oh my dear Jiva, oh my dear souls. The bhajan is saying, the night has come to an end. O Jiva soul. Nidrachari uta Jiva. The Jiva, the soul, have been sleeping so long in this material world. Arise, O my dear. Give up your sleep and please chant the holy name of Lord Hari. And if you think, who is Hari? Hari is the one who takes away all the miseries. Generally, we are very concerned. Who will deal with all these miseries that we are experiencing in this world? Who will take away our miseries? Hari, the name of the Lord. H-A-R-I. Hari. Lord Hari will take away those miseries. Let us surrender ourselves unto Him, and He will take away those miseries. He is called Mukunda, the one who gives liberation. And generally we desire mukti. We desire to be free. We want to be free from our present state, our present condition. And therefore we are humbly requesting the Lord, oh my dear Lord Mukunda, Krishna, please grant me liberation. Please liberate me from this stage to this stage to this stage, one after another. We are begging the Lord to please liberate us. He is the enemy of the Mora demon, the supreme enjoyer, the all-attractive one. He is Krishna. He is called all-attractive. If you see the beautiful form of Krishna, you see the Krishna Balaram portrait that are here. Look carefully to Krishna and you will realize there is no beauty. If you look on the altar here, there is no beauty in this world that can compare to Krishna. He is called all-attractive. He is the horse-headed incarnation, Hayagriva. Bolo Hare Hare Mukunda Murare Rama Krishna Hayagriva.
Bolo Hare
Mukunda Murari, Rama Krishna Hayagri, Narasimha Vamana, Sri Madhusudana, Rajendranandana
Vamana Shri Madhusudana Rajendra Nandana Shama.
He's Shama and he's Brajendra Nandana. Lord Hari, Krishna incarnated in many forms. Rama, Narsingha, Vamana. He's called Upindra. He kills the demon Madhu, and therefore he is called Madhusudana. You see how special is the Lord? When the Lord performs a particular activity, he derives a name. A name comes out of that activity. It can be killing the demon. It can be performing the rasa dance, taking care of his devotee. In so many ways, he is the beloved son of the king of Braj, Nanda Maharaj. How fortunate was Nanda Maharaj to be the father of the Supreme Lord, the Almighty, the Supreme Being from whom everything. Aham sarvasya prabhavo mata sarvam pravartate iti madhva bhajanti mam buddha bhava samanvita. Krishna himself is declaring in Bhagavad Gita that everything emanates from me. And the wise who perfectly know this engage in his devotional service and worship him with all their hearts. So yes, he is the beloved son of Mother Yashoda, of Nanda Maharaj, and he is Shama. He is blackish in complexion. He is the destroyer of the Putana witch and the slayer of the demon Kaitaba. All glory is to Lord Hari, who also appeared as Rama, the son of Dasara. Putana Gatana Kaitaba Tasana Jaya Dasara Tira
Putana Ghatana Kaitava Shatana Jaya Dasharatira
Jaya Shuradulala Govinda Gopal Vrindavana Puranda
Yashoda
Yashoda
Gopala Vrindavana Purandara.
Lord Krishna, very sweet, very nice. Listen to this described. Listen how they describe this. He is the darling of Mother Yashoda. He didn't say that he is the son. He didn't say that he is the beloved son of Mother Yashoda. He is the darling of Mother Yashoda. Yashoda Dulala Govinda Gopala. The pleasure of the cows, the land and the spiritual senses, and the protector of the cows. He is the Lord of the Vrindavan forest, the gopis beloved, the lover of Radhika, and the most And the most beautiful. What you think? The most beautiful personality in all the worlds. Krishna Janmashtami ke Yashoda Dulala Gop Govinda Gopala Vrindavana Purandara
Yashoda Dulala Govinda Gopala Vrindavana Purandara
Gopi Priya Janararika Ramana Bhuvana Sundara Bhara
Gopi Priya Janararika
Bhuvana Sundara Bhara Rava Banata Karama Kanata Kara Gopi Janmashtami
Ravananta Karamakhanataskara Gopi Jana Vastrahari
Prajirara Kala Gopa Vena Pala Sita Hare Vansidhari
Rajerara Kala Gopa Vrindapala Chitahari Vamshidari
Yoginda Bandana Shinandananda Raja Jana Mayahari
Yogendra Vandana Dinanandana Rajana Bhayahari
He's called Yoginja Nandan. Yoginja Bandana Sri Nandanandana. Yogendra, there is another name of Krishna. He is worshipped, Lord Krishna. Yes, the Supreme Lord Sri Krishna is worshipped by the best of yogis. Those of us who study Bhagavad Gita, you'll remember in Bhagavad Gita 747. If you have your Gita on your phone, you can pull it up. 747. Yoginam api sarvesam madgatina antara atmana shravan bhajate yumam sa me yuktatamo mata. And of all yogis, the one, Krishna is saying, and of all yogis, the one, that one, the one that worship me with great faith, who knows me as the Supreme, as one without a second. Krishna is saying, such a yogi is, in my opinion, is the best of all. Yoginam api sarvesham. So he is worshipped in this bhajan. This bhajan is conforming this Bhagavad Gita verse. And this is how important is the Vaishnava bhajans, that the Vaishnava bhajans give the conclusion of Vedic texts, of the verses of Vedic scripture. Lord Krishna is worshipped by the best of yogis and is the son of Nanda. He removes the fears of the inhabitants of Gokula. How he removed the fears? When the king of heaven, Indra, was going to inundate Vrindavan by the which cloud? Huh? Samvartaka. The Samvartaka cloud. Then what Krishna did? What Krishna did? You don't know. What Krishna did with his left hand, left small pinky finger, lift the Govardhan. Thank you very much. Haribol. For how long Krishna lived Govardhan? How many? How many days? 7 days and how many nights? 7 by 24. If I give you a mushroom, you know mushroom? Or a mustard seed? And said, live this for 7 days, or 7 hours maybe. Or if I just say like Lord Chaitanya and Lord Nityananda in the form of Krishna and Balaram, or in the pastime of Lord Ram, Lord Ramachandra and Lakshman. But you see in the form of Mahaprabhu, they are like this all the time. So if we should say Prabhu and Mataji, raise your hands like this for a few minutes. Then we'll be crying out. Like I only lift my hand like this and already here is paining me. We'll be crying out. But Krishna lived the entire Govardhan hill. And if you get into the Krishna Leela, you'll get a glimpse. Prabhupada outlined give a little glimpse of the measurement, the height, length and breadth of Govardhan. It wasn't as small as you go and see today. 5,000 years ago, Govardhan was huge. But Krishna lived that Govardhan. Can anyone do that? His form is enchanting. And when he wonders about playing on his flute, that's the best. When Krishna wonders about playing on his flute, how he looks? He looks very charming. Yoginja bandana chinandana prajajana bhayahari. Yogindra bandana prajajana bhayahari. Navina nirada rupamanohara mohanabam sivihari. Navina nirada rupamanohara mohanabam sivihari. Yashodanandana kankani sudana nikunjara savilasi. Yashodanandana kamsani sudana nikunjara savilasi. Kamsani sudana nikunjara savilasi. And this is where it's getting very sweet. Kadamakanana rasaparayana Vrinda vipina nivati. Kadamakanana rasaparayana Vrinda vipina nivati. How fortunate we may say. How fortunate are those Kadamba trees. Amidst those Kadamba trees, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. It is too sweet for your song system. So I beg of you to please assist or please direct Har Kirtan and Sachi Sutta that by time next Janmashtami, you have the best song system available for their lordship, Shri Shri Paramahansa Nitai Gaurachan. Now, Har Kirtan and Sachi Sutta have been bringing in song system and speakers again and again, but whenever we're ready for Kirtan, I don't know what happens. So I was saying, how fortunate are those Kadamba trees? Listen to this, and you will get a glimpse. The 6th stanza of the bhajan says, he is the son of Madheshoda and the killer of King Kamsa. He sports, and this is it, he sports in the rasa dance among the groves of Braja. Krishna engages in the rasa dance underneath the Kadamba trees. So how fortunate are those Kadamba trees that when Krishna engaged in his Vrindavan Leela, and specifically this rasa dance, it is said that Lord Shiva, as Gopeshwar Mahadev, was placed there to guard, make sure no outsider enter. No one, even an insect, could have not entered in that realm where the rasa dance took place. But those Kadamba trees were allowed to be there. And under those Kadamba trees, and of course, the moonlight, full moon. So Chandra was there also. Chandra was allowed, Lord Shiva was guarding, and those Kadamba trees were there. So many devotees envy those Kadamba trees. Why couldn't I be one of those Kadamba trees? Just like it is said when Krishna taught the message of Bhagavad Gita. When Krishna taught the message of Bhagavad Gita, in the midst of the two armies, the Kauravas and the Pandavas, Krishna explained the science of Gita under a tree in Kurukshetra. It's called an Aksharvat, immortal tree that still stands there till today. That under that tree, Lord Krishna explained the science of Bhagavad Gita. So that tree is a witness of Bhagavad Gita. Therefore, Krishna performed the rasa dance underneath the Kadamba trees. And he resides in the forest of Vrindavan. So, Kadamba Kanana Rasa Parayana Brinda Vipina Nivasa. Krishna performed this rasa dance, the groves of Brajadan, Sri Vrindavan, underneath the Kadamba tree. Kadamba Kanana Rasa Parayana Brinda Vipina Nivasi. Kadamba Kanana Rasa Parayana Brinda Vipina Nivasi. Oh, Ananda Vardhana Prema Nikitana Pulasara Juga Kama. Ananda Vardhana Prema Nikitana Pulasara Juga Kama. Gopagana Gana Chita Venurana Samsaguna Gana Dama. Gopangana Gana Chita Vinodana Samsaguna Gana Dama. जमुना जीवन केले परायण मनसा चंद्र चको जीवन केले परायण मनसा चंद्र चको नमसुरारसा गाओ कृष्ण जसा राखो वचन मन मोरा
नाम शुद्धार गाओ कृष्ण जस राखो वचन मन मोरा
शिववरे शिशालोक प्रविश निद्रचरे उत जीवा
भावरे
शिशालोक प्रविश निद्रचरे उत जीवा बोलो हरे हरे मुकुंद मुरारे राम कृष्णाय गेवा
बोलो हरे हरे मुकुंद मुरारे राम कृष्णाय देवा
ओ राम कृष्णाय गेवा बोलो clap those hands
कृष्णाय देवा
ओ राम कृष्णाय गेवा
राम कृष्णाय देवा
ओ जय दशरथि राम
जय दशरथि राम
भुवन सुंदर बारा
भुवन सुंदर बारा
सीता हरि बंशीधारी
सीता हरि
मोहन वंशी बिहारी
मोहन वंशी विहारी
वृंद विपिन निवासी
वृंदा विपिन निवासी
संस गुण गण गामा
समस्त गुण गण धाम
रखो वचन मन मोरा
राखो वचन मन मोरा
रखो वचन मन मोरा
राखो वचन मन मोरा
रखो वचन मन मोरा बोलो clap those hands Sachi clap your hand clap those hands louder Rako vachana mana mora
राखो वचन मन मोरा
Oh Rako vachana mana mora
राखो वचन मन मोरा
Oh Rako vachana mana mora
राखो वचन मन मोरा
Jaya Krishna Balaram Jaya Krishna Balaram Krishna Balaram Jaya Krishna Balaram
जय कृष्ण बलराम
बोलो बोलो
कृष्ण बलराम कृष्ण बलराम जय कृष्ण बलराम
Jaya Krishna Balaram Krishna Balaram Krishna Balaram Jaya Krishna Balaram
जय कृष्ण बलराम कृष्ण बलराम कृष्ण बलराम जय कृष्ण बलराम
Jaya Radhe Shyam Radhe Shyam Radhe Shyam Jaya Radhe
जय
Shyam
राधे श्याम राधे श्याम
Radhe
श्याम
Shyam
जय राधे श्याम
Radhe Shyam Radhe Shyam Jaya Radhe Shyam
जय राधे श्याम
Radhe Shyam Radhe Shyam
जय राधे श्याम
Jaya Radhe Jaya Radhe Jaya Radhe Jaya Sri Radhe
जय राधे
Jaya Radhe Jaya Radhe
जय
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, bolo bolo, everyone. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Everyone are not singing. Hare Rama, Ram Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Jaya Parama Karuna, Jaya Nitai Gora Chandra, Jaya Parama Karuna, Jaya Nitai Gora Chandra, Jaya Parama Karuna, Nitai Gora Chandra, Jaya Parama Karuna, Jaya Nitai Gora Chandra, Jaya Nitai Gora Chandra, Jaya Nitai Gora Chandra, Nitai Gora Chandra, Jaya 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 Nitai Gora Chandra. So these two boys here, we lovingly say these two boys here, they are Nitai on this side and Gaura Chandra on this side. Lord Nityananda Balaram and Lord Krishna Gauranga Mahaprabhu. So, well, if you are facing them, to your right side and to your left side. If I am backing them, to my right is Lord Nityananda Balaram, and to my left, on the left side, is Lord Sri Krishna in the form of Gauranga Mahaprabhu. So when we glorify their name, the name of the deities are very significant. And there's one Vaishnava bhajan where he's saying, if one should make a distinction between Lakshman and Balaram and Ram and Krishna, then Hanuman, personality like Hanuman, will come and wring out the head of those persons. And similarly, if someone does not understand Gauranga Mahaprabhu as none different from Krishna and Lord Nityananda as Balaram, then again, one cannot enter into the realm of Sri Vrindavan. How the Har Kirtan is sleeping tonight, he's not waking up. Jaya Nitai Gora Chandra, Jaya Nitai Gora Chandra, Nitai Gora Chandra, Jaya Nitai Gora Chandra. Jaya Nitai Gora Chandra, Nitai Gora Chandra, Nitai Gora Chandra, Jaya Nitai Gora Chandra. Nitai Gora Chandra, Jaya Nitai Gora Chandra, Jaya Nitai Gora Chandra, Jaya Nitai Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Gora Hari Bol, Jai Gaur Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Gora Hari Bol. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Prabhupada. And we offer respectful obeisances unto the founder, His Divine Grace, A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada, on the asan at the back there, that only by the mercy of the Guru, the Acharya, the spiritual master, that all this and more is possible. For Srila Prabhupada didn't come to the West, where all of us would have been today. So we offer respectful, not as God, but as good as God or none different from God. Shakshara detve na samastastasri uktastatabav yata eva sadvi kinto prabhuya priyeva tasyam vande gurushi charanara vrindam. That the spiritual master is a bona fide representative of the Supreme Lord, and that he is none different from the Lord. That one should offer his respectful obeisances to the spiritual master. So you will see, whenever we come and enter into the temple, you go to Srila Prabhupada, the spiritual master, the Guru first. Only by taking his blessings, the dust of his feet on our heads, only then we can come to see Krishna, or only then we can enter into the realm of devotional service unto the Supreme Lord. Like Krishna Chandra Prabhu was saying earlier, Om Agyana Timirandasya Gyanan Jana Shalakaya Chakshurun Militam Yena Tasmai Shri Guruve Nama. That Om Agyana, we are born in Agyan, in great ignorance or darkness. And only by the torchlight of knowledge that comes from the Guru, the spiritual master, that our eyes becomes opened with knowledge. Jai Shri Shri Paramakarna Nitai Gaura Chandra. So very soon they will reappear. They are making Bhoga offering, and in about 15 minutes will be Artik, and after which will be Abhishek, as we announce. So the last two parts of the bhajan is saying, just before we hear a little from Har Kirtan, the seventh part of the bhajan is saying, Krishna increases the ecstasy of his devotee. He is the reservoir of all love and is a transcendental Cupid who uses his flower arrows to increase the loving desires of the gopis. He is the pleasure of the gopis' hearts and is the abode of all wonderful qualities. So he is the possessor of all the wonderful godly qualities that we can imagine and we cannot imagine. Lord Krishna is alive, Jamuna Jivana. Kili Parayana. He is alive of the river Yamuna. He is always observing amorous pastime. He is like the moon of the gopis' minds, which are like the chakura boards that subsist only upon moonlight. O mind, obey these words of mine, and sings the glories of these holy names of Krishna, which are full of nectarian mellows. So let us grasp the essence of these bhajan, and let us engage in the transcendental loving service of the Lord as we celebrate Sri Krishna Janmashtami. So Har Kirtan telling me that we will pause for one of the drama, because the time is going so fast. Just now you will wink and it will be midnight. The Lord will appear in his midnight special outfit. So we'd like to hand over to Har Kirtan and the drama team. Bring everyone, bring all the kids for the drama. It is just a few minutes drama. It's not too long, just 5 to 7 minutes. By the time they assemble and they perform, it will be all, you will miss it. So please be here now and be attentive as we hand over the mic to the drama team, Pratisha and the rest of them. Hare Krishna. Hare Kirtan. You can give us a little highlight of the drama, what the drama about?
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. So while they're getting ready for the small, I wouldn't call it a drama, I'd say a skit, probably. So it's just a small depiction of the pastime of Putana. How many of us here, please show by raising your hands, are familiar with the pastime of Putana? Let me be a bit more descriptive. The person or the female demon who came to attack Krishna just after he was born. Everybody have heard that pastime before? Please
the first demon that Krishna killed.
Please show by please don't be shy. I won't ask you the pastime. Don't worry. Awesome. Now, for those of us who don't know the pastime will be depicted just now. And after the pastime is finished, there is a description by Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur, one of our Vaishnava acharyas, how every single one of the demons killed by Krishna symbolizes a bad quality that is usually within our hearts. I say usually because hopefully, I know there are some pure devotees in the audience, but at least for myself, I know that there are some bad qualities, if not a lot of bad qualities there, right? So we'll look at the pastime, and afterwards, we'll just give a small highlight of what the pastime of Putana depicts for us. Are you ready?
Everyone, please be here now. Those who are wrong and about, you will miss it. Please rush up and come up in the temple room. Hare Krishna. Putana the demon is coming, please.
Putana, Putana is my name. Killing little children is my game. I've come from Kamsa, the sinful man, and I'll kill Krishna if I can. I am Khetri, you can see. I fly in the sky on an uprooted tree. I like to kill children in the city and town, and I even kill those in the pasture and ground. Now you can see me with a pretty smile, earrings, flowers, and perfect style. Now I can wander anywhere, dressed like a goddess, fine and fair. Putana, Putana is my name. Killing little children is my game.
Vrindavan is a very nice forest. There are green trees with red fruits and flowers, green grass and cool blue lakes. Krishna is there. Balaram is there. The gopis and cows are there. Everyone is happy in Vrindavan. One day, a beautiful goddess came to see baby Krishna. She was dressed very nicely. She had jewels, flowers, earrings, and a very nice smile. All of the gopis thought that she had come to see Krishna. The gopis did not know that the beautiful goddess was a witch named Putana. She had come to kill the baby Krishna. On her breast was a very strong poison. If she would feed Krishna her breast milk, then Krishna would die. Putana saw baby Krishna. She put him on her lap. When she put her breast in Krishna's mouth, she thought that Krishna would drink the milk and die. But Krishna is God. He never dies. He sucked out the milk from her breast and then he sucked out her life air. Putana cried, "Leave me, child, leave me!" But it was too late. Putana fell down on the ground. She didn't look like a goddess anymore. She looked like a demon. Baby Krishna was not afraid. When the gopis and cowherd men saw Putana, they took Krishna off her lap. They built a big fire and burned the big body of the witch. When it was burning, it smelled very sweet. She had been touched by the Lord, and that had made her pure.
श्यामा श्याम सलोनी सूरत को श्रृंगार बसंती है श्यामा श्याम सलोनी सूरत
So please,
को
a little bit louder for all of them.
श्रृंगार बसंती है.
So our actors, we have as Krishna, we have little Yamuna. Yamuna, we can give her a round of applause. As the bad Putana, we have Bhaktin Sandhya. Please, a round of applause. As the good Putana, quote unquote, we have Bhaktin Trisha. Please give her a round of applause. Thank you very much. Hare Krishna. So, what does the pastime of Putana symbolize for all of us? Anybody could guess? Anybody? Mayapur Pro? So the pastime of Putana symbolizes the tendency to cheat. And when I say the tendency of cheat, I mean in a specific person. Oftentimes, there are persons who put themselves forward as gurus or as persons who know about Krishna. Hare Krishna. Yes. So as persons who know about Krishna, but they may not know about Krishna. And then we might take shelter from them and listen from them who Krishna is, and they give us a false conception of who Krishna is. So that false portrayal of oneself, or especially in the role of a spiritual master, that is what Putana stands for. And what does Krishna do? Krishna devours or vanquishes such spiritual masters. Because, why? Such spiritual masters, or quote-unquote gurus, if they are worthy to be called as such, aren't worthy of us taking shelter of. Why? Because they can destroy our spiritual life. Our devotional service, our bhakti, is compared to a small creeper, a little tree, right? You can imagine, how many of us here have planted a tree before? Please show by raising your hand. I don't believe this. Please, everyone, you should plant a tree. Are you? Don't worry. Again, please don't be shy. Who here has planted a tree? Please don't be shy to raise your hand. Huh?
Tulsi tree. You can start by planting a tulsi tree.
That's a good one. So when we plant a tree and it's in its small budding stage, we have to take extra care of it, more so than when it's grown, right? Because let's say, for example, you're planting a mango tree, which takes years to grow, but you're planting a mango tree and it's just small. You need to take extra care of it. Imagine if there are a few stray horses around 4th Street area. Imagine if those stray horses come and eat your mango plant. It's gone, right? Until that plant can grow into a firm and very strong tree with very, very strong trunks, it needs to be protected. Similarly, our devotional service, our faith, needs to be nurtured like a small tree. It needs care and attention, especially in the small budding stage, until we can develop firm faith in Krishna. And that can only be facilitated by a spiritual master who knows who Krishna is. Thank you very much. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna, thank you very much, and thank the devotees to put on a little skit on the Putana demon. So Janmashtami is that time of the year when we all come together to hear about the appearance pastime of the Lord. So just a quick highlight of the pastime of the Supreme Lord. A little over 5,000 years ago, it's said that the planet was overburdened by demonic kings, demonic rulers. And Bhumi Devi, Dharti, Bhumi Mata, along with the Devis and the Devatas, approached Lord Brahma. And they lay the problem of the universe to Lord Brahma, that the universe becomes overburdened by demonic rulers, demonic kings. And Lord Brahma took the Devis and Devatas to the bank of Sweetadeep, the milk ocean. Within this universe, Prabhupada explained, within this universe, there is a milk ocean that is called Sweetadeep, where Lord Vishnu resides. So Lord Brahma offered Purusha Shukta and many other prayers, and then the Lord, he didn't appear, but they hear this voice. Dharti Bhumi Devi outlined the problem with tears in her eyes, and the Supreme Lord in the form of Vishnu said that all of you take birth in the Yadu and the Vrishni dynasty, and that in due course I will come. So fast forward, in the meantime, after some time, in Braj, in Vrindavan, in Mathura area, all these Nandagam, Gokul, all these different villages are there. So Devaki, the sister of King Kamsa, got married to Vasudeva. And Kamsa there's a custom that the brother of the bride will drive the chariot. And as he was driving, he heard this voice, Akash Vani, this voice came from the sky. So that Kamsa, you fool, you're driving the chariot of your sister. You don't know that the 8th child of this sister of yours will be the cause of your death. And we know that Kamsa wanted to immediately behead his sister, but somehow or the other he was pacified. And then the Vasudeva promised that every child I'll bring to you. After all, not your sister will be the cause of your death, but her child, the 8th child. So one after another, Kamsa, he killed, I'm just fast forwarding quickly, he killed six child of Devaki. And then the 7th, we celebrate Lord Balaram appearance. It was understood that she had a miscarriage. But the child was transformed from the womb of Devaki to the womb of Rohini. And therefore Lord Balaram appeared. And then Krishna appeared as Vishnu, four-handed form, in the prison house of King Kamsa. And Vasudeva and Devaki pray, no, we want you as a small baby. We don't want you as Vishnu, as four-handed form. And then the Lord appeared as Shyamasundar, two-handed form, in baby Krishna. He appeared midnight in the prison house of King Kamsa. Those who go to Mathura and visit the birthplace of Lord Krishna, you know you have to go in a tunnel underground in a prison. That is where the Supreme Lord appeared. And then immediately miracles start to take place. All the guards slept away, and all the shackles and gates and chain and lock, everything open. And then famous picture, you can see that picture when you go down this step. If you miss it, you will see to the wall here, Vasudeva carrying baby Krishna across the Yamuna, and Anantashesh came there as the umbrella. And the Yamuna make a path where Vasudeva could have carried baby Krishna in a very beautiful basket across the Yamuna to the other side, and the baby with Yoga Maya, Durga. And therefore, when Kamsa grabbed this baby and he was going to smash the child to the ground, there appeared in the sky beautiful form of Durga. And she said that, Kamsa, you fool, that the child that will be the cause of your death already took birth somewhere else. And that links us back to the first witch demon. That the first demon that Krishna killed is a she-demon. Because Kamsa heard that the child born, somewhere else, so he hired Putana to kill all the newborn around. So that's how she came to Krishna. Thank you very much. Shri Krishna Janmashtami ki jai. Glorious appearance of Lord Shri Krishna ki jai. And the Lord came to protect the devotee and to annihilate the miscreants and to re-establish the principle of Dharma. So let us all stand for the beautiful Artik. Immediately after the Artik, there will be a beautiful Krishna Balaram deity here, small size deity of Krishna and Balaram, that we will witness the bathing ceremony, the Abhishek of their lordship. And at the same time, little Gopal is there. Even during this Artik, you can come and take your opportunity one by one and swing baby Krishna and a beautiful swing here. And enjoy the rest of the festivity. Thank you very much. Hare Krishna.
Jaya Parama Karuna Nitai Gaura Chandra Jaya Parama Karuna Jaya Nitai Gaura Chandra Parama Karuna Jaya Nitai Gaura Chandra Nitai Gaura Chandra Nitai Gaura Chandra Jaya Nitai Gaura Chandra.
Vishnu Paraya
Krishna Prishtaya Bhutale Shrimati Bhaktivedanta Swami Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Prachanire Nirvishesha Sunyavari Ashtatani Shatani Re Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Prachanire Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shiva Sari Gaura Bhaktavrinda Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shiva Sari Gaura Bhaktavrinda Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shiva Sari Gaura Bhaktavrinda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Rama Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare Hare Ram Ram Hare Hare Jai Shri Nitai Gaur Chandra Ke
Hare Krishna. So I beg of you, if you do need to take pictures, this is very special. Only one time, once a year, that you will see their Lordship in a flower outfit. It's all real flowers, except the top is artificial, but the entire outfit is real. Roses and carnation, different flowers that we brought in. And from this evening to now, you saw something different. The Lord got on a tulsi mala, tulsi garland. So if you do need to take pictures, this is your moment, because next time you see the Lordship, they will be in their midnight outfit. So you can all step back a little. We are going to arrange for the Abhishek here right away. And you can take your seats. Their Lordship will also be witness the bathing ceremony of Krishna and Balaram on Janmashtami. Abhishek on Janmashtami is very important, is very key. You can step back a little. Hare Krishna, you can step back a little for us, please. So you can come right in front here. So the bathing ceremony of their Lordship will take place right in the presence of Shri Nitai Gaurachandra. We can have a little welcome party to bring out their Lordship. Welcome party to bring out their Lordship. Jaya Krishna Balaram, Jaya Krishna Balaram, Krishna Balaram, Jaya Krishna Balaram. If you don't mind, you can sit right on the ground right here. If you don't want to go back on the chairs, you can sit right here, no problem. Just give the pujari a little space here and you can sit so that you can be close by. Maybe some mercy will be thrown out while they are doing the Abhishek. And of course, this corner here, to my left, baby Ladu Gopal is there, so you can come and take your opportunity to swing Ladu Gopal and Janmashtami also. Jaya Krishna Balaram, Jaya Krishna Balaram, Krishna Balaram, Jaya Krishna Balaram. Jaya Krishna Balaram, Krishna Balaram, Krishna Balaram, Jaya Krishna Balaram,
Krishna Balaram, Krishna Balaram, Jaya Krishna Balaram, Jaya Krishna Balaram,
Sham Jaya Radhe Sham,
Jaya Radhe Sham, Radhe Sham.
So please
Radhe
make clearance
Sham,
as we
Jaya
welcome the
Radhe
Lordship.
Sham. Jaya Krishna Balaram, Krishna Balaram, Krishna Balaram, Jaya Krishna Balaram.
Jai Shri Shri Krishna Balaram Ji Ki Jai, Hari Bol. So in the meantime, we'll be doing the puja. You can all sit. Please sit, everyone here. Those who are taking part in the swing festival, you can keep to that corner. Otherwise, the person who are sitting at the back, they wouldn't see. So if you're here in front, you need to sit.
Namah Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prishtaya Bhutale Srimati Bhakti Vedanta Swami Iti Namine. So everybody can please take your seats and sit for the beautiful Abhishek ceremony of Krishna Balan. Namaste Saraswati Devi Kauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Pasatya Deshatarine.
Saraswati Devi Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi
Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shri Vasadi Gaura Bhakta-vrinda. Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasari Gaura Bhakta-vrinda. Calling Akash.
Garara Shiva Sari Gaura Bhakta-vrinda.
Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasari Gaura Bhakta-vrinda.
Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. Shri Shri Krishna Balaram ki. Shri Shri Radhe Shyam ki. Hare Krishna. Okay. Generally, Abhishek, bathing ceremony of their Lordship took place on a daily basis in an established temple, but it is always behind closed curtain. And this is why the pujaris in Vedic culture, always you honor the pujari because the pujari is next to God. Only the pujari will get an opportunity, or those opportunity, to touch the Lord's feet, and they put it thus on their head, or to bathe, perform abhishek to their Lord, to their Lordship. Only on special occasion, Gaurpurnima, Ram Navami, Balaram Jayanti, or Janmashtami, Radha Ashtami also, you'll get an opportunity where the entire congregation, all of us, will witness the bathing ceremony of the Lord. And this bathing is very sacred, very special. Just like for us, how many persons ever see us took our bath? We are bathing 2-3 times or at least 1 time a day. But we never bathe in the open. Right? Except when I was probably kid, small boy, we jump in the Blackwater Trench in King Grove and Mahika Creek. That was a different story. But here is Krishna bathing. And this bathing ceremony, just by you seeing this, someone may say, well, all of us cannot come and bathe, otherwise it will be whole night story. But just by sitting there and seeing, witness the bathing ceremony of the Lord, you're receiving the Lord's special blessing, special benediction. Imagine Krishna Nandotsava festival, Nanda Maharaj and the Gopas and the Gopis, famous picture when you come in the entrance. in the tunnel Hare Kirtan say that you see the gopis and gopas performing Abhishek, bathing ceremony. The day Krishna appeared midnight, and that same day was Nandotsava, the Utsava, this huge festival that Nanda Maharaj organized, arranged, and part of it was the bathing ceremony. So we are experiencing the bathing ceremony, simultaneously bhajan and kirtan will go on. It will only go for a few minutes, so please take full advantage of this opportunity. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama,
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram,
Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Shri Krishna Balaram ki jai. Shri Prabhupada Thai Gaura Chandra Bhagwan ki.
Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Sadicharanamrita, the sacred substance that used to be the Lord. You have milk, yogurt, honey. No one doesn't bathe with all these things. Milk, yogurt, honey, or 6 different kind of fruit juice, spice water, and then water, then Ganga water, 1008 holy water. So all this combined together, when it comes off the Lord body, it becomes charnamrita. So this charnamrita will be served to everyone shortly as they finish everything. At least 3 drops of charnamrita you will get. They will go around and give this out. So don't miss this opportunity to take charnamrita. If you want to know the glories of charnamrita, you can ask Uncle Google now the benefit of charnamrita. And believe you me, you will be amazed of Uncle Google. Uncle Google will tell you. Don't worry. Kirtan. Hare Krishna. Haribo! Hari! Haribo!
Jai Jai Nanda Jashoda Dula Girivardhari Gopal Jai Nanda Jashoda Dula Girivardhari Gopal Gopal, 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 Gopal,
Gopal, Gopal, Gopal,
Gopal, Gopal, Gopal.
Hare Krishna. So I beg of you, those of you who are in this area here, if you don't mind, you can take, we have extra chairs there. You can take those chairs, or you can sit a little bit more this way. So those of us that didn't get an opportunity, just like myself, didn't get an opportunity to to pull the swing of baby Krishna. So don't crowd up here too many persons at a time. 5, 6 persons to this corner here. You can shift back, you can all shift back, move these punches. So 5, 6 persons to this corner here. Hare Krishna. Haribol, look at me. Take this corner, please. Yeah, this corner here. So you can have a line in this corner. Don't block. Haribol, Hare Krishna. When you're swinging, you stand aside a little. Stand to the side. Okay, so look at this. So I need to do this with right hand. You can shift back a little, everybody. Move those punches, please. Who is sitting on this? Move those punches away. So see what will happen now. Everybody can have full darshan. So when you're swinging baby Krishna, of course you will be turning towards baby Krishna, but that everybody will get an opportunity to see beautiful Ladu Gopal on his swing, what is called Julana Yatra. He's swinging baby Krishna, and we all can meditate on the beautiful pastime as the Gopas and Gopis of Sri Brajadam Vrindavan would have put baby Krishna on his little swing, and they all were pulling and fighting for an opportunity to swing baby Krishna. Hare Krishna. So everyone, you can stand at the side. So when 2 persons shift away, then the rest of us can keep rotating like that. And it will go on till midnight, so don't worry. Hare Krishna. Kirtan.
Gopal, 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 Gopal. Dadula Girivardhari Gopal Dadula Girivardhari Jai Jai Nanda Jashoda Dula Girivardhari Gopal Jai Yashoda Nanda Dula Girivardhari Gopal Girivardhari Gopal Girivardhari Gopal 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 Gopal, 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 Gopal. Jai Jai Nanda, Jai Jai Nanda, Jai Jai Nanda, Jashoda Dula, Girivardhari Gopal, Jai Yashoda Nanda Dula. Jai Jai Nanda, Jai Jai Nanda, Jai Jai Nanda, Jai Jai Nanda, Jashoda Dula, Girivardhari Gopal, Girivardhari Gopal, Jai Jai Nanda, Jashoda Dula, Girivardhari Gopal, Oh Jai Jai Yashoda Nanda Dula, Girivardhari Gopal. Hey Krishna Karuna Sindhu Dina Bandhu Jagatpate Gopisha Gopika Kanta Shri Radha Kanta Namostute Jadnanda Dashoda Dula Girivardhari Dula Gopal, 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 Gopal. Oh Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram Ram Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram Ram Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram Ram Hare Hare.
Oh Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram Ram Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram Ram Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram Ram Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram Hare Hare.
Jai Govinda 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 Govinda,
Govinda 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 Govinda,
Govinda 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 Govinda,
Govinda 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 Govinda.
Jai Gopala 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 Gopala,
Gopala Gopala Gopala.
Jai Nanda Jashoda Gopala Gopala,
Gopala Gopala.
Jai Gopala 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 Gopala,
Gopala 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 Gopala.
Govinda 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 Govinda,
Govinda 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 Govinda.
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 Govinda 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 Govinda.
Govinda Govinda Govinda.
यशोमती नंदन ब्रजवरा नागरा, गोकुलारंजन काना, गोकुलारंजन काना, So just in case any of us came after, whoever has not had a chance yet to rock Laddu Gopal, Little Krishna, you can come in a line, 5 persons, 6 persons at a time, and take a chance to rock Baby Krishna. The rest of us, the bhajan will appear shortly on the screen. We can please follow along and sing and glorify the Lord for him to appear at midnight. Jashomati Nandhana Brajabaranagara,
Yashomati Nandana
Gokularanjana Kana,
Gokularandana Kana,
Gokularanjana Kana, Gopi Paranadhana Manohara
Gopi Paranadhana Madana Manohara
Oh Gopi Paranadhana Madana Manohara
Gopi Paranadhana Madana Manohara
Kaliya Dhamana Vidana Jai Kaliya Damana Vidana
Kaliya Damana
Amal Harinam Amiya Vilasa Vipina Purandhara Navina Nagara Bhora
Vipina Purandara Navina Nagara Bhora
Vipina Purandhara Navina Nagara Bhora
Vipina Purandara Navina Nagara Bhora
Vamsi Vadana Subhasa
Vamsivadana Suvasa
Vamsi Vadana Subhasa
Vamsivadana Suvasa
Braja Jana Palana Surakulana Sana
Raja Jana Palana Asukulana
Nanda Godana Rakovala
Nanda Golana Govala
Nanda Godana Rakovala
Godana Rakovala
Govinda Madhava Navanita Tatskara
Govinda Madhava Navanita Taskara
Govinda Madhava Navanita Tatskara
Govinda Madhava Navanita Taskara
Sundara Nanda Gopala
Gopala
Jai Jai Sundara Nanda Gopala Jamuna Tata Chara Gopi Vashanahara
Jamuna Tatakara Gopi Vasanahara
Oh Jamuna Tata Chara Gopi Vashanahara
Jamuna Tatakara Gopi Vasanahara
Rasarasika Kripamoya
Rasa Rasika Kripa Moya
Rasarasika Kripamoya
Sarasika Kripa
Shri Radha Vallabha Vrindavana Natabara
Shri Radha Vallabha Vrindavana Nathabara
Oh, Shri Radha Vallabha Vrindavana Natabara
Radha Vallabha Vrindavana Nathabara
Bhakti Vinodashraya
Bhakti Vinodashraya
Bhakti Vinodashraya
Bhakti Vinodashraya
Yashomati Nandana Bradavaranaghara
Yashomati Nandana Bhajavaranagara
Yashomati Nandana Bradavaranaghara
Yashomati Nandana Bhajavaranagara
Gokula Nandana Kana
Gokularangana Kana
Jai Gokula Nandana Kana
Gokularangana
Jaya Yashomati Nandana Yashomati Nandana Yashomati Nandana Yashomati Nandana
Jaya Yashomati Nandana Yashomati Nandana Yashomati Nandana Yashomati
Jaya Yashomati Nandana Yashomati Nandana Yashomati Nandana Yashomati Nandana
Yashomati Nandana Yashomati Nandana Yashomati Nandana
Jaya Gopala 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 Jaya Gopala Jaya Krishna Balaram Krishna Balaram Krishna Balaram Jaya Krishna Balaram Jai Gora Hari Bol Hari Bol Hari Bol Gora Hari Bol Jai Gora Hari Bol Hari Bol Hari Bol Gora Hari Bol Shri Yashomati Nandana Gopal ki Shri Krishna Balaram ji ki
Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. So, Krishna usually has a lot of sweet interactions with his devotees. And for us, at least for myself, who haven't personally seen him face to face, I mean, other than seeing him in the Murti form, it might seem kind of weird to think that this Murti interacts with his devotee. But there are many, many stories, even today, in Jagannath Puri, how Lord Jagannath, Krishna in the form of Lord Jagannath, interacts with all of his devotees, especially the pujaris there. If you go and you listen to the pujaris, you'll hear so many wonderful pastimes of how Jagannath, Lord Jagannath reciprocates with them. And when I say reciprocates, I don't mean that something happens in their life and they feel, oh, Krishna or Jagannath arranged. No. Jagannath personally communicates with these pujaris on a daily basis, even today. So this isn't a thing of the past. It is still possible, And don't get away with the idea that it can't happen to each and every one of us. It can happen. How? As Krishna says in the Bhagavad Gita, Man mana bhava mad bhakto madhyaji mam namaskuru. Mame vaishasi satyamte prati jane priyoshimi. How can you worship the Lord? By offering your homage unto Him. Keeping Him in our minds. Always remembering the Lord and never forgetting Him. In that way, when our consciousness becomes totally absorbed in the Lord, then we can begin to see the Lord face to face. It doesn't remain something that we just do to a murti, we come and we do puja. No, we'll actually feel that relationship that we all have already. It's not a relationship that you have to form. It's a relationship that we just have to uncover, right? So, the next skit or drama will illustrate one such wonderful interaction with the Lord and His devotees. And we'll kindly ask for a few minutes for us to prepare for the drama.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare
Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, thank you very much.
Once, a renowned Vaishnava named Sri Gaur Das Babaji was living in Nandagaon. He resided in Sri Sanatan Goswami's Bhajan Kutir. Gaur Das Babaji used to make beautiful garlands for Sri Krishna and Balaram. It was through this flower service that he attained Sri Krishna's grace. After making garlands every day for 5 or 6 years, Baba began to feel sad.
I've served Krishna every day for all these years, but till now we have no relationship to speak of. I don't even know if he's enjoying my service or not.
That day, Krishna and Balaram did not wear Baba's garlands. Later that afternoon, he found the same garlands abandoned in the temple premises. Some little boys were playing catch with them and blissfully tearing them to pieces. Seeing this, Baba began to cry.
Just see, Krishna doesn't enjoy my flowers at all. I should move to Barsana and make garlands for Srimati Radharani instead.
The next day, Baba packed up his water pot inside his ragged patchwork blanket and left for Barsana. It was just before sunset when Baba set out to cross the grasslands on foot. The cowherds were already bringing the cows back from the pasture. Suddenly, he saw the boys from the day before, the same ones who had been playing with his garlands. Feeling hurt, he tried to divert his path, but the boys noticed him. "Hey, Babaji, where are you going?"
I'm going to Barsana,
said Baba. "Oh," said one of the boys. "When are you coming back?"
I'm not coming back, said Baba.
"Don't say that, Baba. How can you leave?" said another boy, the ringleader of them all.
Lala, I can't explain. Just get out of my way and let me pass.
"No, Baba. You should listen to me. You're not going anywhere," said the little boy sternly, blocking his path with his arms stretched.
Get out of my way,
Baba shouted, and he tried to run. Baba was not very fast, and the boys easily stopped him. No matter which way Baba turned, the boys blocked his way. Finally, Baba lost all his patience and screamed,
Are you kids monkeys? Enough of this nonsense!
Twilight had just set in. The boy said softly, But Baba, if you go, who will make garlands for me? Baba turned to look at the boy. Kid,
Who are you?
but the boy was already gone. All his little friends, the cows and the calves, had also disappeared. Crying in anguish, Sri Gauradas Babaji rolled in the dust of Braj and lamented.
Oh Krishna, you are so kind, yet so cruel. I didn't recognize you. I didn't understand what you were telling me. Please, don't stop having mercy upon this poor servant of yours.
Baba returned to his hut in Nandagaon and wept all night long. That night, Sri Krishna came in the Pujari's dream and said, Make sure Gauradas does not abandon my flower service.
Hare Krishna. Please give them a round of applause. Thank you very much. So this simple pastime, Jai, this simple pastime depicts how Krishna can interact with each and every one of us, not just our dear Damodar Krishna Prabhu here. So there are many other pastimes that we can get into of how Krishna interacts with his devotees. There are pastimes like the story of Madhavendra Puri. Madhavendra Puri is the spiritual master of Lord Chaitanya's spiritual master. Lord Chaitanya being Lord Gaurachandra on our altar. Madhavendra Puri, he once visited Vrindavan, and while sitting under a tree, a little boy came his way and gave him a pot of milk. And this occurred every evening for like a good week. After a while, Madhavendra Puri was curious as to who this boy was, and one day he didn't come. So he was questioning where this boy was. That night, Krishna appeared in his dream and said that in a nearby cave, there's a form of mine that is buried there. For ages, since the Muslims, the Mughals would have invaded India, the Pujaris buried me there and they forgot about me and they just ran away. So I'm there suffering the heat, the cold, the wind, the rain for years and years and years. Please take me out and take care of me. So Madhavendra Puri, he woke up, he gathered all of the villagers nearby, and they all went digging for treasure, the real treasure of our lives, Krishna. Right? So when they went, they followed the directions of Gopal, and they found the deity of Srinathji, a beautiful form of Lord Krishna that is very, very popular across India. I'm sure many of you have seen the form, and you probably have not heard the pastime behind the form. So Srinathji was discovered, and eventually Madhavendra Puri established him in a temple in Vrindavan. Then summer came, and usually during the summer, one of the festivals that we as Vaishnavas celebrate is Chandan Yatra. Chandan Yatra goes on during the hottest season of the summer season, the hottest period of the summer season. And what they do is that they grate large amounts of chandan. If you go across all the temples in Vrindavan and even across India, you'll see them with big like stones grating chandan all day. devotees would go take it by shifts, and they would, grind the chandan all day, making this sandalwood paste. And they would take this sandalwood paste and apply it on the body of the Lord. During this month are some of the most beautiful darshans of the Lord that you can ever see in your life. It's just the Lord's form, covered in chandan. And they usually do nice paint with his eyes and all of these things, nice dots around his eyes, decorations and all of these things. And the garlands and the decorations of the altars are absolutely amazing. You can check it out. So, Gopalji told Madhavendra Puri that, I need some sandalwood for summer. Summer is coming up. Please go and get me some sandalwood. So now from Vrindavan to where he had to go and get sandalwood, which I can't remember the place, I'm sorry. It was quite a distance. And you can imagine then he didn't have any trucks or cantors or pickups or any sort of car or vehicle. He had to walk, right? So Madhavendra Puri walked all the way, and he had to pass through a village called Remuna, right? Remuna is on the eastern side of India, near Jagannath Puri. So while passing through Remuna, he would sit under a tree nearby and do his japa. There is a certain form of the Lord that is present in Remuna called Kirchor Gopinath. Kirchor Gopinath is a very, very special form of the Lord. Why? Because it was carved directly by the Lord. No, not Lord Krishna, by Lord Ramachandra. So this form of Gopinath, of Krishna, was carved by Lord Ramachandra in Treta Yuga. Why? Mother Sita once asked him, what would be your next incarnation? Right? And do we have to go through this again? Like going into exile and all of these things. And what would your pastimes be like on all of these things? So, Hare Krishna. So, Lord Ramachandra took a piece of stone and carved the form of Gopinath out. Along with the form of Gopinath, he carved several pastimes of Krishna, like Krishna with the gopis, Krishna fighting Kamsa, Krishna killing various demons. And on the back of the stone were various inscriptions, which now are unreadable due to many, many years having passed. So this form of Kirchor Gopinath was present there. And Remuna is known for a very, very special kheer that they make and offer to Gopinath in the evening just before he sleeps. Now, how special is Krishna? Krishna isn't like us, right? He's all-powerful. His stomach is huge, right? And he can eat a lot. Good proof of that is the pastime when Yashoda Mata asked Krishna to open his mouth when he ate dirt. And within his mouth, she saw, what did she see? The entire cosmos, right? And she also saw herself sitting in Krishna's mouth, looking at Krishna. So Krishna, usually in our temples, especially in well-established temples, there are at least six offerings every single day. The first thing when the Lord wakes up in the morning, he gets a full plate of wonderful sweets. Rabri, which is like milk, boiled down, boiled down, boiled down, boiled down, boiled down, until it's like thick and condensed, really sweet. And then they have sandesh, rasgulla, rasmalai. All of these things they give the Lord as soon as he wakes up. Now I dare each and every one of you to try that. I'm just hypothetically saying, I don't want you to get diabetes. Right? If we try that, we'll get diabetes and we'll probably die. After a few days, our stomach goes away. It probably goes home back to Godhead before we do. Right? So the Lord, and then in the evening, just before he goes to sleep, there is also some sweets and milk offered to him just before he goes to bed. So in Remuna, this kheer that they offer is very, very special. Now, Madhavendra Puri, one evening, he visited the temple, and the pujari gave him a pot of this kheer, a small pot. He ate this kheer, and he was thinking, this kheer tastes really, really nice. It would be really nice if I could cook this kheer for my Gopal back in Vrindavan. But then, he was like, how can I think something like this? How can I desire the Lord's offering for myself? Right? Usually, in our temples, when we offer bhoga, or we offer articles of food to the Lord, nobody can see that until the Lord has eaten. Means that we cannot desire that food, desire to eat the food before the Lord eats. So following that, Madhavendra Puri felt really guilty. And he went back to his tree and he was just chanting japa. That night, Kirchur Gopinath appeared in the dream of the pujari and told him that tonight, when you offered me these pots of kheer, I stole a few pots and put it behind my feet. The Murti stole a few pots and put it behind his feet. Go there and you'll see it. Go down the road by the marketplace, there's a tree. Under that tree is Madhavendra Puri. Give him this kheer. So the pujari woke up immediately. He jumped up. He went into the altar. He checked at the back of Kirchur Gopinath, and there it was, the kheer. Right? The pots of kheer. He collected those pots and he ran into the marketplace, shouting for Madhavendra Puri. Madhavendra Puri, Madhavendra Puri, are you here? You've been blessed. Great fortune has befallen you. Why? The Lord has stolen pots of kheer for you. Where are you? Madhavendra Puri was like, me? Right? So then the pujari told Madhavendra Puri about the entire pastime that occurred. Madhavendra Puri was absolutely touched. Now you can imagine if the Lord reciprocates with us like that. And it is possible. I'm emphasizing that it is possible. Please don't take it cheaply, but it is possible once we clean our hearts and uncover that relationship that we have with the Lord. It is said in the Sri Chaitanya Charitamrita how each and every one of us have an identity. Now, you might say, okay, I know I have an identity, right? I am such and such. I'm Hari Kirtan Rasadas. I'm Sachi Sutta. I'm Boy Blue, right? I am such and such. I'm an Indian. I'm a Guyanese. I'm American. I'm this and that. All of that makes up our identity, but no, that isn't our real identity. Our real identity is Jiver Swarupahoy Krishnera Nityadas, eternal servants of Krishna. When we can realize that, actually realize it, it's not a feeling that will happen one day and tomorrow, me feel like for go temple, me feel like for do puja. No, it's a constant feeling. And what will you get out of it? What will we all get out of it? It said in the Srimad Bhagavatam, Evam prasanna manaso bhagavad bhakti yogata bhagavad tattva vijnanam mukta sangasya jayate. That when bhagavad bhakti, devotional service to the Lord, arises within our hearts, evam prasanna manaso, our mind become extremely happy. All our minds become extremely happy. Not for a second, not for 2 seconds, not for a day, not for 2 days, not for a week, not for a month, not for a year, not for several years, forever. Not for a lifetime, for all our lifetimes. And that is what is available to us on days like Janmashtami. It is said in a bhajan by Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur, Shrodha Bhakata Charanarenu Bhajanayanu Kula Bhajana se Bhakata Seva Parama Siddhi Premalati Karamula Madhavatiti Bhakti Janani Jatane Palana Kori Krishna Basati Bori Paramadare Bori. That Shuddha Bhakata Charana Renu, when we can serve the lotus feet of a pure devotee of the Lord, by that dust of his lotus feet, by that bhajan, by that Bhakata Seva, Krishna Bhakti arises within our hearts. And when we celebrate days like this, Madhavatiti Bhakti Janani, these days like Janmashtami, Ram Navami, and all of these other wonderful festivals that we celebrate are called Madhava Titi, or days of Lord Madhava, the husband of the goddess of fortune. That is what Madhava means. The husband of the goddess of fortune. What does it mean? The husband of the goddess of fortune. If we can celebrate days like this, then our great fortune arises. Then Bhakti Janani, Jatane Palana Kori, Krishna Basati Bori. Krishna becomes revealed in our hearts. And Parama Adare Bori. We become supremely blissful. So on this day of Janmashtami, we can pray. It is a day for us to introspect. Where is our love? Where is our bhakti? Where is our devotion for the Lord? At what level is it? Not to compare yourself with somebody else, but to be honest with where we are. And it is okay to be where we are, but it is not okay to remain there. Days like this, we introspect and try to develop our relationship with the Lord and better that relationship. That next year, Janmashtami, it'll be even a better feeling. And a proof for you is every single one of us here present today have celebrated so many Janmashtamis before. Yes? We agree? How many Janmashtamis? Probably our ages, hopefully, for those of us who were born into the Hindu tradition. For those of us who are not, who joined us, so many Janmashtamis we've all been celebrating, but every single year we come and we rock the cradle of the Lord. We come, we see the Lord being bathed. We hear the same pastimes over and over and over and over and over again. Try reading the same newspaper for 1,000 years. The same one, not the same Guyana Times. I don't mean the brand of newspaper. I mean a specific edition. Today, 7th of September, collect the newspaper and try reading it for a month. Every single day. You'll get bored. But yet we've all been celebrating Janmashtami for years and years and years and years. But it's still really, really wonderful for us. And the proof is that you're here today. We agree? Yes? We feel like this? Or is it just a few of us? Right? We feel like this. The fact that you're present here means like that you feel like this. So Janmashtami is a very, very, very wonderful celebration. And just imagine, if it weren't for our Srila Prabhupada, Janmashtami would only have been celebrated among a few persons who know who Krishna is. In Guyana, we're lucky to know who Krishna is from our birth. Right? We've been celebrating Janmashtami in some form or the other. But who would have ever imagined that today, on Janmashtami Day, it is not just us sitting in this temple room or all of the mandirs in Guyana or Trinidad. No. In 180 countries, minimum, today, Janmashtami is being celebrated. People are sitting, hearing the same pastimes we were hearing, seeing the same darshans, pulling the same Gopal across 180 countries. All thanks to our dear Srila Prabhupada, who came to the West and spread days like this, festivals like this, all over the world, in parts where we never would have imagined, even in China, where the Communist Party is very strict about religion. Recently, there's some news about how a certain government is trying to rewrite the Bible, depicting it in their own terms. Who knows, one day they might do that with Bhagavad Gita. But if it weren't for Srila Prabhupada and our acharyas, all our Vaishnava saints in our tradition, our Sanatan Dharma tradition, where would have we been today? Probably sporting in a bar somewhere. Tomorrow morning you can't wake up properly. But I assure you, tomorrow morning, after attending the midnight arati, you'll feel really, really wonderful. Thank you very much. Hare Krishna. So we'll continue with some kirtan, after which we'll have reading from the Krishna book. And devotees, if you like, whoever, it doesn't matter who you are, where you've come from, you're a devotee, if you consider yourself part of ISKCON or not, once you're here, you can volunteer. You can contact Sachisuta Prabhu. He's in the, what's that color? Turquoise color kurta, the bluish-greenish kind of kurta. Look, he's walking across. You can contact him and indicate to him if you'd like to read. It doesn't have to be much, just a few paragraphs would be fine. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rajiv Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna,
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Shri Shri Krishna Kanhaiya Lal Ki Jai, Shri Shri Radhe Shyam Ki Jai, Prem se bolo Shri Krishna Chandra Bhagavan Ki. So now we'll continue with some reading of the Krishna book, after which we'll probably look at some videos. There are some, I'm sure everybody here might be big, too big, except the little child who is here, and maybe me, probably, like to watch cartoons, right? So we can we'll put on a few episodes or a few pastimes of the Lord, the Little Krishna series of pastimes, and then after which we'll continue with some more bhajans until midnight Aarti, which begins at 12 a.m. So while they're getting ready to read the pastime, you'll hear pastimes being read by Her Grace Vishakasaki Devidasi, my most esteemed mother. So you'll get to hear what I used to hear at my bedside every night. Haribol. Thank you very much. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. So tonight we are reading about Trinavarta, salvation of Trinavarta. Who knows who's Trinavarta? Anybody knows? Trinavarta? Who knows? Who? Yes. The Supreme Personality of Godhead, Krishna, is always full with 6 opulences, namely complete wealth, complete strength, complete fame, complete knowledge, complete beauty, and complete renunciation. The Lord appears in different, complete, eternal forms of incarnation. The conditioned soul has immense opportunity to hear about the transcendental activities of the Lord in these different incarnations. In Bhagavad Gita, it is said, Janma karma chame divyam. The pastimes and activities of the Lord are not material. They are beyond the material conception, and conditioned soul can benefit by hearing such uncommon activities. Hearing is an opportunity to associate with the Lord. To hear his activities is to evolve one's transcendental nature, simply by hearing. The conditioned soul has a natural aptitude to hear something about other conditioned souls in the form of fiction, drama, and knowledge. That inclination to hear something about others may be utilized in hearing the pastimes of the Lord. Then one can immediately evolve his transcendental nature. Krishna's pastimes are not only beautiful, they are also very pleasing to the mind. If someone takes advantage of hearing the pastimes of the Lord, the material contamination of dust accumulated in the heart due to long association with material nature can immediately be cleansed. Lord Chaitanya also instructs that simply by hearing the transcendental name of Lord Krishna, one can cleanse the heart of all material contaminations. These are different processes for hearing self-realization. For this process of devotional service, of which hearing is the most important function, when adopted by any conditioned soul, will automatically cleanse him of material contamination and enable him to realize his real constitutional position. Conditional life is due to this contamination only. And as soon as it is cleared off, then naturally the dormant function of the living entity rendering service to the Lord awakens. By developing this eternal relationship with the Supreme Lord, one becomes eligible to create friendship with the devotees. Maharaj Parikshit recommended for practical experience that everyone try to hear about the transcendental pastimes of the Lord. This Krishna treatise is meant for that purpose, and the reader may take advantage of it to obtain the ultimate goal of human life. The Lord, out of his causeless mercy, descends this material world and displays his activities just like an ordinary man. Unfortunately, the impersonalist or the atheistic class of men consider Krishna to be an ordinary man like themselves, so they deride him. This is condemned in Bhagavad Gita by the Lord himself, when he says, Avajananti mam mudha. The mudhas, or the rascals, take Krishna to be an ordinary man or a slightly more powerful man. Out of their great misfortune, they cannot accept him as the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Sometimes, such unfortunate persons misrepresent themselves as incarnation of Krishna without referring to authorized scriptures. When Krishna grew up a little more, he began to turn himself backside up. He did not merely lie down on his back. And another function was observed by Yashodananda Maharaj. Krishna's first birthday. They arranged for Krishna's birthday ceremony, which is still observed by all followers of Vedic principles. Krishna birthday ceremony is observed in India by all Hindus, irrespective of all different sectarian views. All the cowherd men and women were invited to participate in jubilant celebrations. A nice band played and assembled people enjoyed. All the learned brahmanas were invited and they chanted Vedic hymns for good fortune of Krishna. During the chanting of Vedic hymns and playing of bands, Krishna was bathed by Mother Yashoda. This bathing ceremony is technically called Abhishek, and even today this is observed in all temples of Vrindavan on Janmashtami Day, or on the birthday anniversary of Lord Krishna. On this occasion, Mother Yashoda arranged to distribute a large quantity of grain and first-class cows decorated with golden ornaments, which made ready to be given in charity to learned respectable brahmanas. Yashoda took her bath and dressed herself nicely, and taking child Krishna, duly dressed, bathed on her lap. She sat to hear the Vedic hymns chanted by the brahmanas. While Mother Yashoda was listening to the chanting of hymns, the child appeared to be falling asleep, and therefore she very silently laid him down on the bed. Being engaged in receiving all the friends, relatives, and residents of Vrindavan on the holy occasion, she forgot to feed the child milk. He was crying, being hungry, but Mother Yashoda could not hear his cry because of the various noise. The child, however, became angry, and because he was hungry and his mother was not paying attention to him. So he lifted his leg and began to kick his lotus feet, just like an ordinary child. Baby Krishna has been placed underneath a hand-driven cart, and while he was kicking his leg, he accidentally touched the wheel of the cart and it collapsed. Various kinds of utensils and dishes made of brass and other ornaments has been piled up in that handcart, and they fell down with a great noise. The wheel of the cart separated from the axle, and the spokes of the wheel were all broken and shattered hither and thither. Mother Yashoda and all the gopis, as well as Nanda Maharaj and the cowherd men, were astonished to see the cart could have collapsed by itself. All the men and women were assembled for holy function, crowded around, and began to suggest how the cart has collapsed. No one was as certain the cause, but some small children who were entrusted to play with baby Krishna informed the crowd that it was due to Krishna striking his feet against the wheel. They assured the crowd that they have seen how it all happened with their own eyes, and very strongly asserted the point. Some were listening to the statement of the small children, and others said, "How can we believe the statements of these children?" The cowherd men and women could not understand that the all-powerful personality of Godhead was lying there as a baby, and he could do anything. Both possible and impossible were in his power. While the discussion was going on, baby Krishna cried, without remorsification. Mother Yashoda picked up the child in her lap and called the learned brahmanas to chant holy hymns to counteract the evil spirits. At the same time, she allowed the baby to suck her breast. If a child sucks the breast of his mother nicely, it is to be understood that he is out of all danger. After this, all the stronger cowherd men put the wooden cart in order, and all the scattered things were set up nicely as before. The brahmanas therefore began to offer oblations through sacrificial fire with yogurt, butter, kusha grass, and water. They worshipped the Supreme Personality of Godhead for the good fortune of the child. The brahmanas were present at that time and were all qualified because they were not envious. They never indulged in untruthfulness. They were never proud, nor nonviolent, and they never claimed any false prestige. They are all bona fide brahmanas, and therefore has no reason to think that their blessings became useless. With the firm faith and the qualified brahmanas, Nanda Maharaj took his child on his lap and bathed him with water mixed with various herbs, while the brahmanas chanting hymns from the Rig, Yajur, and Sama Vedas. It is said that without the qualified brahmanas, one should not read mantras of the Vedas. Here is proof that the brahmanas were qualified with all brahminical symptoms. Nanda Maharaj had full faith in them. Therefore, they were allowed to perform ritualistic ceremonies by chanting Vedic mantras. There are many different varieties of sacrifices recommended for different purposes, but the mantras are all chanted by qualified brahmanas. And because in this age of Kali, such qualified brahmanas are not available, all Vedic ritualistic sacrifice are forbidden. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu has therefore recommended only one kind of sacrifice in this age, namely Sankirtan Yagya, or the chanting of the Maha Mantra. Everybody. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. As the Brahmanas chanted the Vedic hymns and performed the ritualistic ceremonies for the second time, Nanda Maharaj began to give them huge quantity of grains and many cows. All the cows were given in charity were covered with nice gold embroidered garments, and their horns were bedecked with golden rings. Their hooves were covered with silver plate, and they wore garlands of flowers. He gave them so many cows just for the welfare of his wonderful child, and the Brahmanas in return bestowed their heartfelt blessings. The blessings offered to the able Brahmanas were never to be baffled. One day, shortly after the ceremony, when Mother Yashoda was patting her baby on her lap, the baby felt too heavy, and being unable to carry him, she unwillingly placed him on the ground. After a while, she became engaged in household affairs. At that time, the servant of Kamsa, known as Trinavarta, as instructed by Kamsa, appeared there in the shape of a whirlwind. He picked up the child on his shoulders and raised a great dust of storm all over Vrindavan, covering everyone's eyes. Within a few moments, the whole area of Vrindavan became so densely dark that no one could see himself or anyone else. Within a few moments, the whole area was dark. During this great catastrophe, Mother Yashoda could not see her baby, who has been taken away by the whirlwind, and she began to cry piteously. She fell down on the ground exactly like a cow who has just lost her calf. When Mother Yashoda was so piteously crying, all the cowherd women immediately came and began to look for her baby. But they were disappointed they could not find him. The Trinavarta demon went so high and with baby Krishna on his shoulders that the baby assumed such a weight that suddenly he could not go any further, and he had to stop his whirlwind activities. Baby Krishna made himself so heavy that he began to weigh the demon down. Catching hold of his neck, Trinavarta felt that the baby was so heavy as a mountain. He tried to get out of his clutches but was unable to do so. His eyes popped out of his sockets. Crying very fiercely, he fell down to the ground and in Vrindavan and died. The demon felt exactly like Tripurasura, who was pierced by the arrow of Lord Shiva. Trinavarta hit a stone slab and his limbs were smashed. His body became visible to all the inhabitants of Vrindavan. When the gopis saw the demon killed and the child Krishna very happily playing on his body, they immediately picked Krishna up with great affection. The cowherd men and women became very happy to get their beloved child Krishna. At that time, they began to talk about how wonderful it was that the demon had taken the child to devour him, but could not do so. Instead, he fell down dead. Some of them supported the situation. This is proper because those who are too sinful to die from their sinful reaction, the child Krishna is here. Therefore, he is safe from all kinds of fearful situations. And he too must perform great sacrifices. And we too have been performed great sacrifices in our previous lives. Because of such pious activities, the child is safe from all danger. The gopis assembled there, spoke among themselves. What sort of austerities and penance have we must have performed in our previous lives? We must have worshipped the Supreme Personality of Godhead, offered different kinds of sacrifice, made charities, and performed many welfare activities for the public, such as a growing banyan tree and excavating wells. As a result of these pious activities, we have gotten back our child even though he was supposed to be dead. Now he has come back to enliven his relatives. After observing such wonderful happenings, Nanda Maharaj began to think of the words of Vasudeva again and again. After this incident, when Yashoda once was nursing her child and patting him with great affection, there streamed a profuse supply of milk from her breast, and she opened her mouth of the child with her fingers and suddenly saw the universal manifestation within his mouth. She saw within the mouth of Krishna the whole sky, including the luminary stars in all directions, the sun, the moon, the air, the seas, islands, mountains, rivers, forests, and all other movable and immovable entities. When Mother Yashoda saw this, her heart began to throb, and she muttered within herself, "How wonderful this is!" She could not express anything but simply closed her eyes. She was absorbed in their wonderful thoughts. Krishna, showing the universal form of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, even while lying down on the lap of his mother, proves that the Supreme Personality of Godhead is always the Supreme Personality of Godhead, whether he is manifested as a child on the lap of his mother or as a charioteer on the battlefield of Kurukshetra. The concoction of the impersonalists that one can become God by meditation or by some artificial material activities is herewith declared false. God is always God and in any condition or status, and the living entities are always the part and parcels of the Supreme Lord. They can never be equal to the inconceivable supernatural power of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Thus ends the Bhaktivedanta purport of the 7th chapter of Krishna, the salvation of Trinavarta.
Krishna. Chapter 8, entitled Vision of the Universal Form. After this incident, Vasudeva asked his family priest, Garga Muni, to visit the place of Nanda Maharaj in order to astrologically calculate the future life of Krishna. Garga Muni was a great saintly sage who had undergone many austerities and penance and been appointed priest of the Yadu dynasty. When Garga Muni arrived at the home of Nanda Maharaj was very much pleased to see him and immediately stood up with folded hands and offered his respectful obeisances. He received Garga Muni with feelings of one who is worshipping the Supreme Personality of Godhead. He offered him a nice sitting place, and when he sat down, Nanda Maharaj offered him a warm reception. Addressing him very politely, he said, My dear Brahmana, your appearance in a householder's place is only to enlighten. We are always engaged in household duties and are forgetting our real duty of self-realization. Your coming to our house is to give us some enlightenment about spiritual life. You have no other purpose in visiting householders. Actually, a saintly person or a Brahmana has no business visiting householders who are always busy in the matter of dollars and cents. The only reason saintly persons and Brahmanas go to the place of a householder is to enlighten him. If it is asked, why don't the householders go to a saintly person or a Brahmana for enlightenment? The answer is that householders are very poor-hearted. Generally, householders think that engaging in family affairs is their prime duty, and that self-realization or enlightenment of spiritual knowledge is secondary. Out of compassion only, saintly persons and Brahmanas go to householders' home. Nanda Maharaj addressed Garga Muni as one of the greatest authorities in astrological science. The foretellings of astrological science, such as the occurrence of solar and lunar eclipses, are wonderful calculations, and by his particular science, a person can understand the future very clearly. Garga Muni was a proficient in this knowledge. By this knowledge, one can also understand that his previous activities were that are causing him to enjoy or suffer in this life. Nanda Maharaj also addressed Garga Muni as the best of the Brahmanas. A Brahmana is one who is expert in the knowledge of the Supreme. Without knowledge of the Supreme, one cannot be recognized as a Brahmana. The exact words used in this connection is Brahma Vidam, which means those who know the Supreme very well. An expert Brahmana is able to forgive the reformatory facilities to this subcaste, namely the Kshatriyas and Vaishyas. The Sudras observe no reformatory process. The Brahmana is considered to be the spiritual master or priest for the Kshatriya and Vaishya. Nanda Maharaj happened to be a Vaishya, and he accepted Garga Muni as a first-class Brahmana. He therefore offered his two foster sons, namely Krishna and Balaram, to him to purify. Nanda stated that not only these boys, but all human beings, just after birth, should accept a qualified Brahmana as a spiritual master. Upon this request, Garga Muni replied, Vasudeva has sent me to see to the reformatory process of these boys, especially Krishna's. But if I do so, it may incidentally appear that Krishna is the son of Devaki, since I am Vasudeva's family priest. By his astrological calculation, Garga Muni could understand that Krishna was the son of Devaki, which Nanda did not know. Indirectly, Garga Muni said that Krishna and Balaram were both sons of Vasudeva. Balaram was known as the son of Vasudeva because his mother Rohini was present there, but Nanda Maharaj did not know about Krishna. Garga Muni indirectly disclosed the fact that Krishna was the son of Devaki. Garga Muni also warned Nanda Maharaj that if he would perform the reformatory ceremony, when Kamsa, who was naturally very sinfully, would understand that Krishna was the son of Devaki and Vasudeva. According to astrological calculation, Devaki could not have a female child, although everyone thought that the eighth child of Devaki was a female. In this way, Garga Muni intimated to Nanda Maharaj that the female child was born of Yashoda and that Krishna was born of Devaki, and they were exchanged. Also, the female child Durga had informed Kamsa that the eighth child who would kill him was already born somewhere else. Gargamuni stated, "If I give your child a name, and if he fulfills the prophecy of the female child, Tecumseh, then it may be that the sinful demon will come and kill this child also after the name-giving ceremony. But I do not want to become responsible for all these future calamities." On hearing the words of Gargamuni, Nanda Maharaj said, "If there is such danger, then it is better not to plan any gorgeous name-giving ceremony. It would be better for you to simply chant the Vedic hymns and perform the purificatory process. We belong to twice-born caste, and I am taking this opportunity of your presence. So please perform the name-giving ceremony without external pomp." Nanda Maharaj wanted to keep the name-giving ceremony as a secret and yet take advantage of Gargamuni's performing the ceremony. When Gargamuni was so eagerly requested by Nanda Maharaj, he performed the name-giving ceremony as secretly as possible in the cowshed of Nanda Maharaj. He informed Nanda Maharaj that the son of Rohini will be very pleasing to his family members and relatives, and therefore would be called Rama. In the future, he would be extraordinarily strong, and therefore would be called Baladeva. Gargamuni said further, "Because your family and the family of the Yadus are so intimately connected and attracted, his name will also be Sankarshana." This means that Gargamuni awarded 3 names to the son of Rohini, namely Balaram, Sankarshana, and Baladev. But he carefully did not disclose the fact that Balaram had also appeared in the womb of Devaki, and he subsequently transferred to the womb of Rohini. Krishna and Balaram are real brothers, being originally sons of Devaki. Gargamuni then informed Nanda Maharaj, "As far as your son is concerned, this child has taken different bodily complexions in different yugas, millennia. First of all, he assumed the color white. Assumed the color black. Besides that, he was formerly the son of Vasudeva. Therefore, his name should be Vasudeva as well as Krishna. Some people will call him Krishna and some will call him Vasudeva. But one thing you must know, this son has had many other names and activities due to his different pastimes." Gargamuni further hinted to Nanda Maharaj that his son would also be called Giridhari because of his uncommon pastimes and lifting the Govardhan hill. Since Gargamuni was an astrologer, he could understand everything, past and future. And thus he said, "I know everything about his activities and names, but others do not know. This child will be very pleasing to all the cowherd men and cows. Being very popular in Vrindavan, he will be the cause of all good fortune for you. Because of his presence, you will overcome all kinds of material calamities despite opposing elements." Gargamuni continued to say, "My dear king of Raja, in his previous births, this child many times protected righteous persons from the hands of rogues and thieves. Whenever there was political disruption, your child is so powerful that anyone who will become a devotee of your boy will never be troubled by enemies. Just as demigods are also protected by Lord Vishnu, the devotees of your child will also be protected by Narayana, the Supreme Personality of Godhead. This child will grow in power, beauty, opulence, in everything, on the level of Narayana, the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Therefore, I would advise that you protect him very carefully so that he may grow without disturbance." In other words, Gargamuni informed Nanda Maharaj that because he was a great devotee of Lord Narayan, the Lord had given Nanda a son equal to himself. At the same time, Gargamuni indicated that his son would be disturbed by so many demons and that Nanda should therefore be careful and protect him. In this way, Garga Muni convinced Nanda Maharaj that Narayan himself had become his son. In various ways, he described the transcendental qualities of his son. After giving this information, Garga Muni returned to his home. Nanda Maharaj began to think to himself as the most fortunate person, and he was very satisfied to receive such a benediction in this way. A short time after this incident, both Balaram and Krishna began to crawl on their hands and knees. When they were crawling like that, they pleased their mothers. The bells tied to their waist and anklets sounded fascinating, and they would move around very pleasingly, sometimes just like ordinary children. They would be frightened by others and would immediately hurry to their mothers for protection sometimes. Sometimes they would fall into the clay and mud of Vrindavan and would approach their mothers smeared with clay and saffron. They were actually smeared with saffron and sandalwood pulp by their mothers. But due to crawling over muddy clay, they would simultaneously smear their bodies with clay. As soon as they would come crawling to their mothers, Yashoda and Rohini would take them on their laps and covering them with the lower portion of their saris, allowing them to suck their breast. When the babies were sucking their breast of the mothers, would see all small teeth coming in. Thus their joy would be intensified to see their children grow. Sometimes the naughty babies would crawl up to the cowshed, catch the tail of a calf, and stand up. The calves, being disturbed, would immediately begin running here and there, and the children would be dragged over the clay and cow dung. To see this one, Yashoda and Rohini would call all their neighborhood friends, the gopis. Upon seeing these childhood pastimes of Lord Krishna, the gopis would be merged into transcendental bliss. In their enjoyment, they would laugh very loudly. Krishna and Balaram were so restless that their mothers, Yashoda and Rohini, would try to protect them from cows, bulls, monkeys, water, fire, and birds while they were executing their household duties, always being anxious to protect the children and to execute their duties. They were not very tranquil. In a very short time, Krishna and Balaram began to stand up and slightly move their legs. When Krishna and Balaram began to walk, other friends of the same age joined them, and together they gave the highest transcendental pleasure to the gopis, specifically to Mother Yashoda and Rohini. All the gopis, friends of Yashoda and Rohini, enjoyed the naughty and childish activities of Krishna and Balaram in Vrindavan. In order to enjoy further transcendental bliss, they all assembled and went to Mother Yashoda to lodge complaints against the restless boys. When Krishna was sitting before Mother Yashoda, all the other gopis began to lodge complaints against him so that Krishna could hear. They said, "Dear Yashoda, why don't you restrict your naughty Krishna? He comes to our houses along with Balaram every morning and evening, and before milking the cows, they let loose the calves, and the calves drink all the milk of the cows. So when we go to milk the cows, we find no milk, and we have to return with empty pots. If we warn Krishna and Balaram about doing this, they simply smile so charmingly that we cannot do anything. Although your Krishna and Balaram find great pleasure in stealing our stock of yogurt and butter from wherever we kept it, when Krishna and Balaram are caught stealing the yogurt and butter, they say, 'Why do you charge us with stealing? Do you think the butter and yogurt are in scarcity in our house?' Sometimes they steal butter and yogurt and distribute them to the monkeys. When the monkeys are well fed and do not take any more, then your boys chide, 'This milk and butter and yogurt are useless. Even the monkeys won't take it.' Then they break the pots and throw them hither and thither. If we keep our stock of yogurt, butter, and milk in solitary dark place, your Krishna and Balaram find it in the darkness by the glaring effulgence of the ornaments and jewelry on their bodies. If by chance they cannot find the hidden butter and yogurt, they go to our little babies and pinch their bodies so they cry, and then they go away. If out of fear these naughty boys, we keep our stock of butter and yogurt high on the ceiling hanging on a swing, although it is beyond their reach, they arrange to reach it by piling all kinds of wooden planks over the grinding machine. And if they cannot reach, they make a hole in the pot. We think, therefore, that you'd better take all the jeweled ornaments from the bodies of your children. On hearing this, Yashoda would say, "All right, I will take all the jewels from Krishna, so that he cannot see the butter hidden in the darkness." Then the gopis would say, "No, no, don't do this. What good will you do by taking away the jewels? We do not know what kind of boys these are, but even without ornaments, they spread some kind of effulgence, so that even in darkness, they can see everything." Then Mother Yashoda would inform them, "All right, keep your butter and yogurt carefully so that they may not reach it." In reply to this, the gopis said, "Yes, actually we do so. But because we are sometimes engaged in our household duties, the naughty boys enter our house somehow or other and spoil everything. Sometimes, being unable to steal our butter and yogurt out of anger, they pass urine on the clean floor and sometimes spit on it. Now, just see how your boy is hearing these complaints all day. He simply makes arrangements to steal our butter and yogurt, and now he is sitting just like a very silent good boy. Just see his face." When Mother Yashoda thought to chastise her boy after hearing all the complaints, she saw his pitiable face and smiling. She did not chastise him. Another day, when Krishna and Balaram were playing with their friends, all the boys joined Balaram and complained to Mother Yashoda that Krishna had eaten clay. On hearing this, Mother Yashoda caught hold of Krishna's hand and said, "My dear Krishna, why have you eaten earth in a solitary place? Just see, all your friends, including Balaram, are complaining about you." Being afraid of his mother, Krishna replied, "My dear mother, all these boys, including my elder brother Balaram, are speaking lies against me. I have never eaten any clay. My elder brother Balaram, while playing with me today, became angry, and therefore he has joined with the other boys to complain against me. They have all combined together to complain, so you will be angry and chastise me. If you think they are truthful, then you can look within my mouth to see whether I have eaten clay or not." His mother replied, "All right, if you have actually not eaten clay, then just open your mouth. I shall see." When the Supreme Personality of Godhead was so ordered by his mother, he immediately opened his mouth just like an ordinary boy. Then Mother Yashoda saw within that mouth the complete opulence of creation. She saw the entire outer space in all directions: mountains, islands, oceans, seas, planets, air, fire, moon, and stars. Along with the moon and the stars, she also saw all the elements: water, sky, and the extensive ethereal existence. Along with the total ego and its products, namely the senses, the controllers of the senses, all the demigods, all the objects of senses like sound and smell. Within his mouth, she also saw the three qualities of material nature: all living entities, eternal time, material nature, spiritual nature, activity, consciousness, and different forms of the whole creation. Yashoda could find within the mouth of her child everything necessary for cosmic manifestation. She also saw within his mouth herself taking Krishna on her lap and having him suck her breast. Upon seeing all this, she became struck with awe and began to wonder whether she was dreaming or actually seeing something extraordinary. She concluded that she was either dreaming or seeing the play of illusionary energy of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. She thought that she had some mad, mentally deranged to see all those wonderful things. Then she thought, it may be cosmic mystic power attained by my child, and therefore I am perplexed by such visions within his mouth. Let me offer my respectful obeisances unto the Supreme Personality of Godhead, who is beyond the expression of consciousness, mind, work, and philosophical speculation, and whose different energies produce everything manifested and unmanifested. Under his energy, bodily self and bodily possessions are conceived. She then said, "Let me offer my respectful obeisances unto him, under whose illusionary energy I am thinking that Nanda Maharaj is my husband and Krishna is my son, that all the properties of Nanda Maharaj belong to me, and that all cowherd men and women are my subjects. All this misconception is due to illusionary energy of the Supreme Lord, so let me pray to him that he may protect me always." While Mother Yashoda was thinking in this high philosophical way, Lord Krishna again expanded his internal energy to bewilder her with material affection. Immediately, Mother Yashoda forgot all philosophical speculation and accepted Krishna as her own child. She took him on her lap and became overwhelmed with the maternal affection. She thus began to think of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, who is understood through the process of cultivating knowledge derived from the Upanishads and the Vedanta Sutra, practicing mystic yoga, and studying Sankhya philosophy as her own begotten child. Certainly, Mother Yashoda had executed many pious activities, as a result which she got the absolute truth, the Supreme Personality of Godhead as her son, who sucked milk from her breast. Similarly, Nanda Maharaj also must have performed many great sacrifices and pious activities for Lord Krishna to become his son and addressed him as father. But it is surprising that Vasudeva and Devaki did not enjoy the transcendental bliss of Krishna's childhood pastime. Although Krishna was their real son, the childhood pastimes of Krishna are glorified even today by many sages and saintly persons, but Vasudeva and Devaki could not enjoy such childhood pastimes personally. The reason for this was explained by Sukadev Goswami to Maharaj Parikshit as follows. When the best of our Vasus named Drona and his wife Dhara, who were ordered to increase progeny by Lord Balaram, they said unto him, "Dear father, we are seeking your benediction. When we take birth again within the universe, may the Supreme Lord Krishna, in his most attractive feature of childhood, absorb our whole attention. May our dealings with him be so powerful that simply by hearing of these childhood pastimes of his, anyone will very easily cross over the initiates of birth and death." Lord Balaram agreed to give them the benediction, and as a result, the same Drona appeared as Nanda Maharaj in Vrindavan, and the same Dharda appeared as Mother Yashoda, the wife of Nanda Maharaj. In this way, Nanda Maharaj and his wife Mother Yashoda developed unalloyed devotion for the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Having gotten in him as their son, and all the gopis and cowherd men who were associates of Krishna naturally developed their own different feelings of love for Krishna. Therefore, just to fulfill the benediction of Lord Balaram, Lord Krishna appeared along with his preliminary expansion, Balaram, and performed all kinds of childhood pastimes in order to increase the transcendental pleasure of all the residents of Vrindavan. Thus ends the Bhaktivedanta purport of the 8th chapter of Krishna, Vision of the Universal Form.
Chapter 9, Mother Yashoda binds Lord Krishna. Once upon a time, seeing that her maidservant was engaged in different household duties, Mother Yashoda personally took charge of churning butter. But while she churned the butter, she sang the childhood pastime of Krishna and enjoyed thinking of her son. The end of her sari was tightly wrapped while she churned, and on account of her intense love for her son, milk automatically dripped from her breast. which moved as she labored very hardly, churning with 2 hands. The bangles and bracelets on her hands tinkled as they touched each other, and her earrings and breasts shook. There were drops of perspiration on her face, and the flower garland which was on her head scattered here and there. Before this picture sight, Lord Krishna appeared as a child. He felt hungry, and to increase his mother's love, he wanted to stop churning. He wanted her to stop churning. He indicated that her first business was to let him suck her breast, and then she could churn butter later. Mother Yashoda took her son on her lap and pushed the nipple of her breast into his mouth. And while Krishna was sucking the milk, she was smiling, enjoying the beauty of her child's face. Suddenly, the milk which was on the stove began to boil over. Just to stop the milk from spilling, Mother Yashoda at once put Krishna aside and went to the stove. Left in that state by his mother, Krishna became very angry, and his lips and eyes became red in rage. He pressed his teeth and lips, and taking up a piece of stone, he immediately broke the butter pot. He took butter out of it, and with false tears in his eyes, he began to eat the butter in a secluded place. In the meantime, Mother Yashoda returned to the churning place after setting the overflow milk pan in order. She saw the broken pot in which the churning yogurt had been kept. Since she could not find her boy, she concluded that the broken pot was his work. She smiled as she thought, "The child is very clever. After breaking the pot, he has left this place fearing punishment." After she sought all over, she found her son sitting on a big wooden grinding mortar, which was kept upside down. He was taking butter from a pot, which was hanging from the ceiling on a swing, and he was feeding it to the monkeys. She saw Krishna looking this way and that way in fear of her, because he was conscious of his naughty behavior. After seeing her son so engaged, she very silently approached him from behind. Krishna, however, saw her coming toward him with a stick in her hand, and he immediately got down from the grinding mortar and began to flee in fear. Mother Yashoda chased him to all corners, trying to capture the Supreme Personality of Godhead, who is never approached even by the meditation of great yogis. In other words, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Krishna, who is never caught by the yogis and speculators, was playing just like a child for a great devotee as Mother Yashoda. Mother Yashoda, however, could not easily catch this fast-running child because of her thin waist and heavy body. Still, she tried to follow him as fast as possible. Her hair loosened, and the flowers in her hair fell to the ground. Although she was tired, she somehow reached her naughty child and captured him. When he was caught, Krishna was almost on the point of crying. He smeared his hand over his eyes, which were anointed with black eye cosmetics. The child saw his mother's face while she stood over him, and his eyes became restless from fear. Mother Yashoda could understand that Krishna was unnecessarily afraid, but for his benefit, she wanted to allay his fear. Being the topmost well-wisher of her child, Mother Yashoda thought, if the child is too fearful of me, I don't know what will happen to him. Mother Yashoda then threw away her stick. In order to punish him, she thought to bind his hands with some ropes. She did not know it, but it was actually impossible for her to bind the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Mother Yashoda was thinking that Krishna was her tiny child. She did not know that the child was no limitation. There is no inside or outside of him, nor beginning or end. He is unlimited and all-pervading. Indeed, he is himself, the whole cosmic manifestation. Still, Mother Yashoda was thinking of Krishna as her child. Although he is beyond the reach of all senses, she endeavored to bind him to a wood-grinding mortar. But when she tried to bind him, she found that the rope she was using was too short by 2 inches. She gathered more ropes from the house and added it, but still she found the same shortage. In this way, she connected all the ropes available at home. But when the final knot was connected, she saw that the rope was still 2 inches short. Mother Yashoda was smiling, but she was astonished. How was it happening? In attempt to binding her son, she became tired. She was perspiring, and the garland on her head fell off. Then Lord Krishna appreciated the hard labor of his mother, and being compassionate upon her, he agreed to be bounded up by the ropes. Krishna, playing as a human child in the house of Mother Yashoda, was performing his own selected pastimes. Of course, no one can control the Supreme Personality of Godhead. The pure devotee surrenders himself onto the lotus feet of the Lord, who may either protect or vanquish the devotee. But for his part, the devotee never forgets his own position of surrender. Similarly, the Lord also feels transcendental pleasure by submitting himself to the protection of the devotee. This was exemplified by Krishna's surrender unto his mother Yashoda. Krishna is the supreme bestower of all kinds of liberation to his devotees. But the benediction which was bestowed upon Mother Yashoda was never experienced even by Lord Brahma, Lord Shiva, or the goddess of fortune. The Supreme Personality of Godhead, who is known as the son of Yashoda and Nanda Maharaj, is never so completely known to the yogis and speculators, but he is easily available to his devotees. Nor is he appreciated as the supreme reservoir of all pleasure by the yogis and speculators. After binding her son, Mother Yashoda engaged herself in household affairs. At that time, bound up to the wooden mortar, Krishna could see a pair of trees before him, which were known as Arjuna trees. The great reservoir of pleasure, Lord Krishna thus thought to himself, Mother Yashoda first of all left without feeding me sufficient milk, and therefore I broke the pot of yogurt and distributed the stock butter in charity to the monkeys. Now she has bounded me up to a wooden mortar, so I shall do something more mischievous than before. And thus he thought of pulling down the 2 very tall Arjuna trees. There is a history behind the pair of Arjuna trees. In their previous lives, the trees were born as the human sons of Kuvera, and their names were Nalakuvara and Manigriva. Fortunately, they came within the vision of the Lord. In their previous lives, they were cursed by the great sage Narada in order to receive the highest benedictions of seeing Lord Krishna. This benediction curse was to bestow upon them because of their forgetfulness due to intoxication. This story will be narrated in the next chapter. Thus end Bhaktivedanta purport of the 9th chapter of Krishna, Mother Yashoda, by Lord Krishna.
Hare Krishna, thank you very much. So we're continuing with some kirtan.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna.
So Hare Krishna, if you're up and around, the time is winding down for the Lord's appearance. So we invite you to please come in the temple room, and you can come forward. You know, even if you're sitting on the chairs, you can come forward a little so that we can be more together and you can all join with us in the kirtan. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare,
Krishna,
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare,
Hare Rama,
Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, everybody loudly. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama,
Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama,
Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram, Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram, Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Hare,
Jaya Krishna Balaram, Jaya Krishna Balaram, Krishna Balaram, Jaya Krishna Balaram,
Jaya Krishna Balaram, Krishna Balaram, Krishna Balaram, Jaya Krishna Balaram,
Jaya Radhe Shyam, Radhe Shyam, Radhe Shyam, Jaya Radhe Shyam,
Jaya Radhe Shyam, Radhe Shyam, Radhe Shyam, Jaya Radhe Krishna.
Jaya Vrindavana Ram, Vrindavana Ram, Vrindavana Ram, Jaya Vrindavana Ram, Jaya Vrindavana Ram, Vrindavana Ram, Jaya Vrindavana Ram.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. So we have just 10 minutes again before the Lord makes his appearance for midnight artik, the most special artik for Janmashtami, something that we have all been waiting for the entire day. And just before that artik, we'll sing one bhajan, Radhe Jaya Jaya Madhava Daite. Whenever we glorify Krishna, we don't glorify him alone, right? With Krishna, this entire entourage of devotees, pastime places, and all of the different paraphernalias to perform his pastimes, we glorify all of it together. So this beautiful bhajan says, O Radha, O beloved of Madhava, O you who were worshipped by all the young girls of Gokula, all glories unto you, all glories unto you. You who dress yourself in such a way as to increase Lord Damodar's love and attachment for you, O Queen of Vrindavan, which is the pleasure grove of Lord Hari, O new moon that has arisen from the ocean of King Vrishabhanu, O friend of Lalita, O you who make Vishaka loyal to you due to your wonderful qualities of friendliness, kindness, and faithfulness to Krishna, O you who are filled with compassion, O you whose divine characteristics are described by the great sages Sanaka and Sanatana, O Radha, please be merciful unto me. So just in case you don't know what Srimati Radharani signifies in our life, without her mercy, we cannot serve Krishna. So we'll all beg for the mercy of Srimati Radharani and glorify Damodar also just before he appears. Radhe Jaya Jaya Madhava Daite.
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 Gokula Taruni Mandalamaite.
Gokula Taruni Mandalamaite.
Gokula Taruni Mandalamaite.
Gokula Taruni Mandalamaite.
Radhe Jaya Jaya Madhava Daite.
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 Damodara Rati Varadhana Vese.
Damodara Damodararati Vardhanaveshe
Damodararati Vardhanaveshe
Damodararati Vardhanaveshe
Harinishkuta Vrindavipineshe
Harinishkuta Vrindavipineshe
Harinishkuta Vrindavipineshe
Harinishkuta Vrindavipineshe
Radhe Jaya Jaya Madhava Daite
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 Rishabhanudadi Navashashireke Rishabhanudadi Navashashireke
Radhe Navashashileke
Lalita Shaki Gunaramita Vishake
Lalita Sakhi Gunaramita Vishake
Lalita Shaki Gunaramita Vishake
Lalita Sakhi Gunaramita Vishake
Jai Radhe Jaya Jaya Madhava Daite
Radhe Jaya Jaya Madhava Daite
Shri Radhe Jaya Jaya Madhava Daite
Radhe Jaya Jaya Madhava Daite
Karunam Kurumai Karunavarite
Karunam Kurumai Karunabharite
Karunam Kurumai Karunavarite
Karunam Kurumai Karunabharite
Radhe 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 Sanaka Sanatan Varinita Charite
Sanaka Sanatana Varita Charite
Sanaka Sanatan Varinita Charite
Sanaka Sanatana Varita Charite
Shri Radhe Jaya Jaya Madhava Daite
Radhe Jaya Jaya Madhava Daite
Shri Radhe Jaya Jaya Madhava Daite
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 Radhe Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna
So everybody can kindly stand.
Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
So we can kindly stand and come closer and await the appearance of the Lord. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram,
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram,
Hare Krishna. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram,
Hare Krishna. Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram,
Hare Krishna. Jai. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Ram.
Shishi Parvakarithai Gaura Chandra Bhagavan ki
Jai.
Shishi Krishna Balaram ji ki
Jai.
Srila Prabhupada ki
Jai.
Thai Gaura Premanande.
Hari Bol.
Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Pristhaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Iti Namine. Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Sunyavadi Pashtatya Dishatarine. Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shri Vasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda. Shri Krishna Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Srivasadi Gaura Bhaktavrinda. Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Srivasadi Gaura Bhaktavrinda. Shri Krishna. Jaya Gaura Bhakta Vrinda. Jaya Gaura Bhakta Vrinda. Jaya Krishna Balaram. Krishna Balaram. Jaya Nitai Gaura Chandra, Jaya Nitai Gaura Chandra, Nitai Gaura Chandra, Jaya Nitai Gaura Chandra. Jaya Nitai Gaura Chandra, Jaya Nitai Gaura Chandra, Nitai Gaura Chandra, Jaya Nitai Gaura Chandra. Jaya Jaya Radha Krishna Jugala Milan. Jaya Radha Krishna Jugala Milan. Arati koro e lalitari sakhi gan. Arati koro e lalitari sakhi gan. Jaya Jaya Radha Krishna Jugala Milan. Arati koro e lalita di sakhi gan. Madana Mohana Rupa Tribanga Shundara. Madana Mohana Rupa Tribanga Sundara. Pitambara Shikhi Pucha Chuda Manohar. Shikhi Pucha Chuda Manohar. Lalita Madhava Vame Vrishabhanu Kanya. Shunila Vashana Gauri Rupe Gune Dhanya. Nana Vidya Alankar Kore Jalamal. Nana Vidya Alankar Kore Jalamala. Hari Mana Vimohan Vadana Ujwa. Hari Mano Vimohana Vadana Ujhala. Jaya Jaya Radha Krishna Jugala Milana. Jaya Jaya Radha Krishna Jugala Milana. Arati karo e lalita di sakhi ga. Vishakha di sakhi gana nana rage gaya. Vishakha di sakhi gana nana rage gaya. Priya narma sakhi jata chamara dulaya. Narma Sakhi Jata Chamara Dulaya. Shri Radha Madhava Pad Sarasi Jashe. Radha Madhava Pada Sarasi Jashe. Shri Radha Madhava Pad Sarasi Jashe. Shri Radha Madhava Pada Sarasi Jashe. Bhakati Vinoda Sakhi Pade Suke Bhase.
विनोद सखी पदे सुखे भाई
जय जय राधा कृष्ण जुगल मिलाना जय जय राधा कृष्ण जुगल मिलान आरती करो ए ललिता दी सखी गान आरती करो हे ललिता दी सखी गान
सखी गान हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे जय परम करुणा निताय गौरचंद्र परम करुणा निताय गौरचंद्र जय परम करुणा निताय गौरचंद्र परम करुणा निताय गौरचंद्र जय परम करुणा निताय गौरचंद्र परम करुणा निताय गौरचंद्र निताय गौर हरि बोल हरि बोल हरि बोल गौर हरि बोल हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे everybody loudly Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Ram Ram Hare Hare Gauranga loudly everyone Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Gaura Premanande, Sai Gaur. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Dai Gaur Premanande. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Haribo! Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Haribo! Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Yibo. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Vivo! Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hey! Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hey! Yibo! Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, hey! Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, hey! Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hey! Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hey! Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Oh, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hari Haraya Nama, Krishna Yadavaya Namaha. Hari Haraya Nama, Krishna Yadavaya Namaha. Yadavaya Madhavaya Kesavaya Namaha. Yadavaya Madhavaya Kesavaya Namaha. Gopal Govinda Ram Shri Madhusudan. Gopal Govinda Ram Shri Madhusudan. Hari Guru Vaishnava Bhagavata Gita. Shri Chaitanya Nityananda Shri Advaita Sita. Shri Chaitanya Nityananda Shri Advaita Sita.
Hare Guru Vaishnava Bhagavata Gita.
Hare Guru Vaishnava Shri Rupa Shri Sanatan Bhata Raghunath. Shri Rupa Shri Sanatan Bhata Raghunath. Shri Jiva Gopala Bhata Dasa Raghunath. Shri Jiva Gopala Bhata Dasa Raghunath. Oh, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama. Jaya Nitya Gaura Chandra, Jaya Nitya Gaura Chandra, Nitya Gaura Chandra, Jaya Nitya Gaura Chandra. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Prabhupada. Shri Shri Paramkanitai Gaura Chandra Bhagwan ki, Shri Shri Krishna Balaram ji ki, Shri Ladu Gopal ji ki. Namaste Narasringaya, Pralada Lada Daine, Danyakashi Purvaksaha, Srila Tankana Kalaine. Ito na shingo para to na shingo. Yato yato ya mitato na shingo. Mahe na shingo ridae na shingo. Nara Shringamadim Saranam Prapadi. Tava Kara Kamala Varenaka Adhuta Shringam Dalita Hiranyakashipu Tanabringa Keshavadrita Narahari Rupa Jaya Jagadish Hare, Jaya Jagadish Hare, Jaya Jagadish Hare. Navakara Kavala Hare, Nakam Adhuta Shringa, Lalita Hiranyakashipu, Hanobringa, Kesavadeta Narahari Rupa. Kesavadita Narahari Rupa, Jaya Jagadish Hare, Jaya Jagadish Hare, Jaya Jagadish Hare. Kesavadita Jaya Jagadish Hare, Jaya Jagadish Hare, Jaya Jagadish Hare. Jaya Prahlad Narasimha, Jaya Prahlad Narasimha, Jaya Prahlad Narasimha, Jaya Prahlad Narasimha. Jaya Lakshmi Narasimha, Jaya Lakshmi Narasimha, Jaya Lakshmi Narasimha, Jaya Lakshmi Narasimha. Shri Prahlad Narasimha Bhagwan ki.
Hare Krishna. Shri Krishna Janmashtami ke Nitai Gaur Premanandi Hari Bol. Srila Prabhupada Mahavyasa Puja ki. All glories to the sum of devotees. All glories to Shri Shri Guru and Shri Gauranga. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. So I'd like to take this opportunity to thank each and every one of you to being here with us for the entire day, entire evening, or for whatever time you would have spent with us here in celebrating Sri Krishna Janmashtami. Give yourself a huge round of applause. Hare Hare Krishna. So that was Janmashtami 2023 here at the Hare Krishna Study Center. We do hope you had a blissful Janmashtami celebration, and today mark the beginning of Srila Prabhupada Mahavyasa Puja, the appearance of the founder Acharya of the International Society for Krishna Consciousness. So it means that as soon as we break fast now, you will continue to fast until midday today, and you will break fast with those of you who are fasting, of course, will break fast with Ekadasi style or Ekadasi type prasadam. And will require a lot of help immediately now. Get the temple room ready for Mangalartik. So you're invited at 6 a.m. for Mangalartik. Then, of course, we have quite some preparation, cooking. I'll make as much preparation for Srila Prabhupada Vyasa Puja. So just before the boys leave, we'll need to get the stage at the back there. So we'll need the boys to take the stage at the back there so that early morning we can start to set up there for Srila Prabhupada Vyasa Puja celebration. And of course, bring a lot of fresh flowers as much as possible, because it will be inundated with flowers. Pushpanjali it is called, offering pushpa, flowers to Srila Prabhupada. And of course, there will be a huge feast that will offer and that will serve to everyone. And then Saturday evening, this session continue with His Holiness Jadvaita Swami, one of the most stalwart disciple of Srila Prabhupada, will be visiting us here in Guyana for the first time. And we put it as a one in many lifetime opportunity. So pass the news around. Don't miss Jadvaita Maharaj Saturday evening at 6:30. And there will be a special drama Saturday evening, 25 minutes drama on Srila Prabhupada coming to the West on Jaladuta. So Srila Prabhupada gearing up, boring Jaladuta, get a few heart attack on the way coming. You will see all that. Yes, you will see all that. And then coming to New York City, arrive in Boston, going to the Lower East Side, and finally 22nd Avenue, and start the Sankirtan movement of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. And then you will see much more. And of course, Sunday will be the grand final celebration for the 4-day yajna, 4-day festivity in honoring and celebrating Janmashtami and Srila Prabhupada Vyasa Puja. So again, Sunday morning, we are all invited. I'm inviting myself also. So you're all invited to come back for grand celebration, and of course to continue to get the blessing of His Holiness Jadvaita Swami Maharaj. Hare Krishna, Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai. Thank you all very much. Please do take prasadam into your fullest satisfaction. And the boys, before you go down, you can please clear the chairs. You'll take middle of the temple room, and then you'll go to the corner so somebody can move the Prabhupada portrait from the back there. And we need some strong men, strong boys and men to move the stage to the back. Somebody can help clear up here, please. Somebody can help move off the mridanga and the sponges here quickly. Hare Krishna, help, help, help. Help, 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 help. Hare Krishna, somebody go and assist with prasadam downstairs. Hare Bol.